Landmarks Commission, December 7th, 2022. So let's start with the roll call.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Chair Grumbine.
Present?
Vice Chair House is absent. Commissioner Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Dorden.
Here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Here.
Commissioner Lenvik is absent. Commissioner Manuel.
Here.
And it looks like Commissioner Uli is also absent. Thank you. Back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to public comment for items that are not on this agenda. So any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled for public discussion today. So is there any public comment that would like to be? Okay. Oh, sorry, this is for general public comment for items that are not on the agenda, so. Okay, any general public comment? No? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We currently do not have any virtual participants. We did receive written correspondence from Paulina Kahn, Kevin Boss, Francesca Galt, a second submittal from Kevin Boss, and Ann Peterson, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Great, thank you. All right, we are on to item B, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting November 9th, 2022. All right, motion by Commissioner Drury. Any second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Butler, thank you. Any edits, changes, discussion of the minutes? All good? All right, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Dorden.
Abstain.
Commissioner Drury.
Abstain.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Abstain.
And then Commissioner, or Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are on to item C, approval of the consent calendar of November 23rd, 2022, and December 7th, 2022.
So moved.
All right, thank you. Motion by Commissioner Drury.
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Dorden. All right, staff, do we want to give a summary?
Sure, I'll run through these, and my apologies, the PDF seems to be a little bit slow, so. Item A was for 1118 East Cabrillo Boulevard. The motion was to continue to December 7th before the full commission. Item B was also for 1118 East Cabrillo Boulevard. The item was postponed 2 weeks to December 7th at the applicant's request. Item C was for 481 West Mountain Drive. The action was for project design approval with comments. Item D was for 1426 Bath Street. The action was to continue to the full commission to a date certain of December 7th. And item E was for 314 East Carrillo Street. The action was for project design approval and final approval with comments. And I believe that was all the items on that agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm incorrect. Item F was for 1009 State Street. The action was to continue to December 7th consent calendar.
Great. And then did you want to go through the?
There's even one more. Item G was for 1032 Santa Barbara Street. The action was for project design approval and final approval as submitted. And that's the end of that.
All right. And then did you want to go through the December 7th?
I'm sorry.
And then did you want to go through the December or today's?
Do you want to make a motion on that one separately?
I think it was a motion on both.
Okay.
So if we can, we'll try to kill two birds with one stone. Two consent birds.
So today's consent agenda in front of me, item A was for 1512 Castillo Street. The action was for project design approval and final approval. Item B was for 1118 East Cabrillo Boulevard. The action was for project design approval and final approval with comments. Item C was for, I think this address is wrong, sorry, one second. Thank you. That's today's. Was for 1125 Anacapa Street. The action was to approve the review after final request with comments. Item D was for 1009 State Street. The action was for project design approval and final approval. And item E was for 903 Arbolado Road. The action was for project design approval and final approval. And the architectural historian's memo on the Secretary of Interior standards was accepted.
All right, any questions or discussion about any of those items on either agenda? All right. Oh, yeah.
I'm newish. So so these items were discussed at consent. Was there decision made on any of them as a conclusion, and then others are coming to the full board, or are all of these now I mean, I see.
So most of them
Please.
got approval as commented, but there were some there was one on the first one that was pushed to the full board?
Everything that was on consent today received an approval. Some of the items from the 23rd, November 23rd, were incorrectly agendized and had to be postponed to today's full commission meeting. So that's maybe a little confusion with seeing the same.
We'll see those ones
projects.
today.
Okay.
Is that two, are there two of them? Okay,
The Cabrillo and
yes,
the Bath Street, the Cabrillo and the Bath. Okay. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Any other questions or discussion about both consent? All right, then can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Abstain?
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
and then I see Commissioner Uli has joined us.
Yes, I have.
Would you like to vote on this?
I'll abstain.
Perfect. Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain on December 7, B and C items, and then yes on everything else.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye,
Motion passes. Thank you.
all right. Two consent calendars, one stone. All right. Item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ellen Kokenda, I just wanted to extend a congratulations and make an announcement that we have two reappointments, I should say, to Commissioners Dordan and Commissioner Uli. I know, you all made it in. And
He actually wasn't
little touch and go.
Did we vote on that? I don't remember voting on that.
But yes, City Council made their appointments last night, yesterday evening's council meeting. And I also want to acknowledge and thank Commissioner Manuel, who has just graciously agreed to continue serving in the capacity of landscape architect until we can hold a special recruitment for a landscape architect. We didn't have any landscape architects apply, so therefore we couldn't necessarily fill the vacancy. So again, thank you for being willing to stay, and we will work on that appointment in the meantime for council to decide.
Landscape architects are special. They have their own special appointments.
And then just one other announcement. So I did get a question from Commissioner Ensberg about State Street, and I just wanted to acknowledge that I'm working with our downtown team as well as Tess Harris just to follow up on this request of kind of what the status is and council's role and trying to what HLC's role is and in terms of being able to discuss some of those items. So just one thing to point out, right now we are under the Economic Recovery Extension and Transition Ordinance. I know a while back, Chair Grumbine, you helped to develop guidelines, and then Commissioner Ensberg, this is prior to your role on HLC, but you were also a part of that team to help develop guidelines for what State Street could look like for the kind of temporary period. The guidelines are now requirements, and the city will be enforcing starting February 1st of 2023. So that will help with a lot of the additional, all the excess banners and signage. So the city will be enforcing starting in February. And again, I will be able to follow up on your request for a discussion item with a little bit more detail after I check in with staff. So I just wanted to acknowledge the request and say if there's, that just to be on the lookout, I'll have more information soon. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right.
Actually, we have one more announcement. I do have Tess Harris here, the State Street Master Planner, who'd like to share something.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be before your commission today. My name is Tess Harris. I'm the State Street Master Planner for the city, and I'm here today just to remind all of you and members of the public that are here or might be watching this, that we do have community design workshops coming up this Friday and Saturday, December 9th and 10th. We have one design workshop that's really geared towards design professionals, although all are welcome, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Friday. And then a community design workshop Friday evening from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., as well as Saturday from 9 a.m. To 12 p.m. And then we will have an open house from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. that'll showcase all of the different designs that the community has prepared over the last couple days. We also have a pop-up art show in coordination with the Arts Fund, so it should be a really exciting space to come in and see. And then we have free childcare that'll be provided as well for families with children. So I hope to see all of you there. I left flyers on the side as well. You can find more information about this event or the project in general at statestreet.santabarbaraca.gov. And always feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Mr.
Great.
Chair,
Thank you, Tess.
where will these meetings be held? Here?
Great question. I should have led with that, Commissioner Drury. The events will be held at 821 State Street. It's the former Sur La Table building, so 821 State Street.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think I'll be going to those just for the free childcare for my 8 kids.
I know, I was going to say, I
We're
know.
gonna go.
I think I'll get a couple of kids, 50 kids.
Great idea.
I don't have any, but I'll find a couple of kids.
And Mr. Chair, there was one other announcement I failed to make, if I may. I just want to remind the commission that we still have our objective design and development standards that our long-range planning team is working on. There was this will probably come up with subcommittee reports, but I just want to acknowledge that we would love the commission, if you haven't already had a chance to read the document, please dig into it, give us feedback. Naturally, as Ms. Deisty presented to you, we'll be coming back sometime in January, but it'll be helpful to kind of get your individual input before then, so I think that will better help us facilitate a discussion when we come back. Thank you.
Great, thank
Oh,
you for
and
that.
Ms. Hernandez has.
Just a reminder to you all, I sent you the certificate that you have to sign for the State Historic Preservation Office every year. So those of you who have not gotten it back to me, just sign it and email it back to me or bring it to the next meeting. I'll send you a reminder.
Okay, thank you.
It just says you're certified
Yeah.
or qualified, or there's one for each of you. Some of you have gotten it back. But they want them every year.
Okay,
Thanks.
all right. Other announcements, et cetera?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I have
Commissioner
to leave
Jordan?
by 5:15.
Okay, and I'm gonna try to leave by 4:30 if possible, we'll see. That's a goal. Okay, any other announcements or anything? All right, let's go on to subcommittee reports. So, any subcommittee meetings or reports? One thing I did want to just bring up, which has already kind of been touched on a little bit, that Commissioner Ensberg and myself, we didn't cover it last time, I want to say, but we probably should have brought it up, that we did meet regarding State Street and that discussion prior to, and we met with staff per our HLC's discussion and direction. And I think that more of that discussion will be good in the agendized item as it comes forward as well. And I think that we're going to want to have, HLC is going to want to have, starting to have good discussions about the interim plan for it, and at least giving our opinion as is part of what our job description is for the well-being of the city, both aesthetic and even economic and other things. So I think that that's going to be an important part that HLC is at least considering things and giving recommendations as we move forward here in uncharted territories. All right?
Mr. Chair, I have no doubt that we'll render our opinion.
You do that well.
With respect to subcommittees, I'm looking forward to having a designation subcommittee meeting next year to talk about the bungalow district and other things that are coming up.
Great. Any other subcommittee report or talk? All right. Let's close item E, and we'll go on to our first item, which is, we're on target. All right, so it's item number 1, miscellaneous action item, city landmark designation recommendation for State Street Parkway from Mission Street to Constance Avenue. This is a review of a staff report and public hearing to consider adoption resolution 2022-03 to recommend to the city council the landmark designation of the State Street Parkway from Mission Street to Constance Avenue from the 2000 block of State Street to the 2500 block of State Street. The proposal was last reviewed October 26th, 2022. And we can look at those, any notes we have, minutes-wise? Oh, yeah, our screens aren't on. Today during consent, a beautiful thing happened where when there was a total technology failure, they had a real roll of drawings. That was actually, that was beautiful to look at and touch and turn, and it was amazing.
That was short-lived, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but we were able to continue on with that. It was.
Where's that?
Oh yeah, where's the where's the plug to kick? All right, so the motion was to continue indefinitely with the comment that staff shall revise the draft resolution to include more information on the landscape character of the planters. Motion was by Lenvik, second was by House, 800, Drury was absent, motion carried. All right, thank you. And so now on to, I guess, Ms. Hernandez, her presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just am highlighting the edits from the resolution. So we also added to the resolution that it qualifies under criterion 3, also because it represents the work of master landscape architect Ralph Talent Stevens, who is a member of the City Park Commission, who recommended planting the Pindo palms in the parkway, and of master horticulturist Edward Owen Orpett, who served as the City Park superintendent at the time. And then we added a whole whereas to address the landscaping in the palms. So we added the existing Pindo palms installed in 1925 with 2 palms per parkway section placed approximately 90 feet apart in locations as illustrated in Exhibit A, which were the drawings that you saw, are character defining features of the landmark and should be maintained as per Santa Barbara Municipal Code Section 30-157-100. Should they die, they should be replaced with the same or similar species in size and color, and ground cover will be maintained as landscape material and also be maintained and not replaced with dirt, mulch, gravel, or other non-plant material. So those were the 2 exceptions, and here you see the illustration that shows the Pindo palms that will be attached to the document. And I did have conversations with the urban forester who is in charge, he runs the tree maintenance program. So he said right now the tree designation for that is a big shade tree. So once we pass the landmark, they will go back and they will change that for this street to include the use of the Pindo palms in the parkway, or similar, depending on if they're available. And we had a lot of questions about maintenance. Once you are a landmark, the maintenance is required. So there might be some issue with Public Works having to go to council and asking for the additional funds to properly irrigate or maintain the parkway, but they seemed very amenable to it. There was no friction, so it's just getting that. the
So if we
earmark
landmark
fund.
the whole city, then everything.
Everything maintained.
We're working on that.
So those were the basic edits. Here's another picture of it. And I think that was what was requested for you to come back and discuss.
Great. Thank you. Does that complete presentation?
Yes, I still have all the slides from the larger presentation that we did before, but and
No,
so
it's
not to
fine.
be redundant.
Sure. And okay, and do we need to go through them at all right now, or is it pretty fresh in everyone's mind?
Mr. Chair, I think it's fresh. It was a good, long discussion.
Oh, I think your mic might be off.
I think it's pretty fresh. It was a good, long discussion,
Yeah.
recent discussion.
All right, as long as all the
Chair, I do have
commissioners.
a question.
Yes,
Of Mr.
Commissioner.
Hernandez. Does this project include repairing the curbstones? Because there are some that are damaged, H Island.
It's not a project, it is just a designation, so there is no project.
Oh, okay.
It's just to designate it as a landmark.
This
Once-
probably will push things along, though.
Yeah, I mean, it would be part of the maintenance, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, well, let's go into public comment on this item. Any member of the public wishes to comment on this item, please, in room, have you given a speaker slip, sir?
Yes, I
Okay,
have
great.
speaker
If
slips.
you can come forward, and then anyone else that wants to speak on this, if you could fill out a speaker slip and get in line.
My name is Rick Barron. I live on State Street in that area that's designated. Rick Barron, I live on State Street in the area designated for the creation of the historic spot. I commend the board for doing that, but I'd also like to commend the board especially for deciding to keep the pindo palms there. Because, for instance, my family has lived there including me, for over 70 years, and those are just as iconic to Santa Barbara as, say, the olive trees are to the Libero Theater. So I would urge the board not to let Parks and Rec change out whatever trees are dead or gone with some other kind of palm just because they are so iconic. But I commend the board for taking on this project to begin with and paying so much attention to the details. We greatly appreciate it up there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and I forgot to mention as well, you have 2 minutes, but you're well under, so. All right,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, short, thank you so much for adhering to the process and making this happen. We get a piece of our history retained for the generations that'll come after us. Thank you very much.
thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
And
Thank
Chair
you for
Grimmer,
all your hard work on it.
we also have a speaker slip for Mary Louise Days.
Thank you. I'm Mary Louise Days, a native Santa Barbaran and local historian, and I certainly support this designation proposal and point out especially the mention of Mr. Stevens and Mr. Orbit, who were very, very important locally with horticulture, and my dad was very fond of them. We hope to send this favorably to City Council, and we will all be there to talk as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Moving on to virtual public comment. If anyone participating via Zoom would like to speak on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. Not seeing any raised hands. We did receive written correspondence for this from Susan Gantz, and that was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll close public comment and to the commission for questions, comments. All right, Commissioner Manuel.
I do also echo the comments made about the palms and the words or similar being added. I don't find it appropriate just because there's a collection of Pindo palms, and I would rather wait a year to get a Pindo palm installed than put or similar in place. Just wanted to add my feelings about that.
Okay. Other thoughts?
I think or there should be stricken from the choices because it could be an olive or, I don't know, something else. I also think that it is slightly, a little short-sighted to restrict the designation only to the curb. As I said at the last hearing, I think it should be to the right-of-way. And it doesn't take away from anything that's happening on the sidewalk or the other landscaping that's within the parkway. But it is inconsistent of us to make a designation that is not to the property line or the right-of-way, as we designate every other landmark. It is to the property line, and so I know I'll be on the downside of that vote, but I'm just voicing my concern.
Commissioner Drury?
Maybe not. I would agree with that. And also with Commissioner Manuel's comment about Pindo palms, waiting for the appropriate tree to replace anything that happens to the other ones.
Mr. Chair, I have a question that perhaps somebody with landscape expertise can answer. I understand supply chain problems where something may not be immediately available, but is there any reason to suspect that Pindo palms would not be ever available or not ever be appropriate?
No.
Thank you.
Given that comment, I would support both comments about requiring Pindo as a replacement and extending to right-of-way.
And as a additional clarification or discussion on that, if it did go to the right-of-way, it isn't that they can't change the right-of-way. The Pindo palms are completely clear that you take those out or they die, you got to replace them with that in that spot. Does that, but like any other historic resource or landmark, it's not that certain things can't get changed on it. So when it comes to the street trees or other things that are in the right-of-way, it would just mean that it would come here as part of that change process. Is that correct? Is that a fair assessment? If it went as a property line to property line thing, it wouldn't be that those were protected. It would be that those were part of the landmark that needs to be reviewed.
They would already be changed out with what the street tree plan. They have a plan that says what their street trees are going to be. So if one of those in the side tree lawns needed replacing, Parks and Rec already has a plan for those. And then each resident, I don't know if they're going to come for get permitting to get every landscape changed on each property going up and down the tree lawn, but.
So that would be, but if it was landmarked, if the landmark boundary, I should say, was property line to property line, how would that affect as opposed to just being curb to curb?
I guess the point, I think we would have to be, what would you want to be protecting in that tree lawn exactly?
I think it's a matter of contributing and non-contributing resources with any other boundary that might exist. Some things contribute to the resource and some things do not. In this case, what we're trying to protect is that parkway and those palms. That is the primary resource that we're concerned about. The other things are minor with that respect. So I don't see an issue with going to property line to be consistent with the way we make designations. I don't think they'll be affected.
But then it would mean that those who were going to change the area in front, and including when Parks and Rec changes out trees, that they would at least come here first, or no?
So one question, I think it would be helpful for the commission to see the plan so we understand visually what we're talking about and for the audience. Secondly, the way that our ordinance is drafted, if you're making an alteration to a landmark, anything within that would be under HLC review. With that said, Ms. Hernandez pointed out that the street, we have Parks and Rec, and there's a whole street tree advisory committee that has a plan for the entire city of trees. And as it's, sounds like the direction of the commission, and at least as to, the kind of maintenance of palms or pinto palms specifically within the median area, in terms of kind of who has the say, whether it's the Street Tree Advisory Committee that's looking at this holistically, or being able to have a say in HLC, I think I would have to check with the city attorney, because it's not really a great setup to try to have an two approval process, or to have things different, or just have inconsistencies or different rationales. So it's a little like that is it's an awkward setup from an approval process. I might need to get more clarification on that.
Might be a battle of the ordinances.
Right, and again, I think that I'm trying to understand kind of if it is contributing to the historicity, if that area contributes in any way, or again, just a question. I'm not sure that's where that stands.
Yeah, in my mind, I think the part that is the character is the way in there which the sides are interacting with the median. So it's interacting strongly with and forming exterior space, with one side being whichever way you're on, whichever side you're driving on. You have a historic piece on one side, and then you have the street trees and whatever on the other. So there are like two walls forming an outdoor room. So it makes sense that there's at least affecting strongly each other or the whole experience. I don't know if it would be beneficial to or not, but I think that's part of the question is what is the benefit that we get out of designating to the property line, aside from typically is property line to property line is our typical way of, but it's not to say we can't only designate a median strip in the middle. So I don't know. That just kind of trying to talk through and seeing where we want to go with it. Yeah, Commissioner Ansberg?
Yeah, Chair Grumbine. So my just simple question is how is it right now? So if you had a property, like this gentleman who spoke to us, that's along there, the ground cover, the trees are established by the street plan. So that is covered. The ground cover, is that the responsibility or choice of each neighbor? And so we don't have an overall plan that dictates what you have to do there. You can do whatever you want as a property owner. Is that correct? So this would change that or we're trying to figure out whether it would change that. Go ahead.
I believe the tree lawns are the responsibility of each property owner to maintain. So I don't know if we would have to renotice the whole project and let them know that the tree lawns are included. I feel like it really muddies it. I mean, if we want to protect that, there remains a tree lawn on either side, so they don't widen the street and take those away. But there's a lot of owners up there. It's a lot of property.
Could I suggest? Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say. So it's sounding like, and I want to keep things moving as well, but it's sounding like if we want to go down that route, that could end up being a messy route. And I guess a question to the commissioners, especially Commissioner Early, because he brought it up as a thing, is how important is it to go that route?
My point, and thank you, Mr. Sweeney. I know you're going to talk to that, speak to that ordinance. My comment was that HLC should be consistent in the way that they apply landmarks, and that is to the property line, not some arbitrary designation between the property lines, because then that leaves this kind of gray zone of, of a, I don't know what you call the gray zone, other than it's odd. We have districts, we have boundaries. There are contributing resources to these districts and boundaries, and there are non-contributing resources. In my mind, it's not that complicated, notwithstanding the fact that individual owners are taking care of some of these parkways and trees and other things. Mr. Sweeney.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we'll open, I guess, technically public comment
Yeah,
to,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm just trying to help you along here a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
There actually is ordinance language on those parkways. And the ordinance language says that the property owners are required to maintain them. The trees, as you correctly pointed out, are subject to Parks and Rec. But the actual planting in the parkways cannot exceed 18 inches. There are certain requirements, and that language is already in the ordinance. So every property owner in this city that has those parkways that are just outside their property line are responsible for maintaining those parkways, and there's specific language in that ordinance.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, through you, and the rationale for some of that, the height limitation is due to visibility and traffic engineering.
and do we know if in that ordinance is the language includes what type of ground cover is allowed, or is it just a matter of keeping things low or things like that?
Mr. Chair, through you to the commission, I don't think that there's any specificity, because again, you can see across the city, just generally speaking, that people plant things here and there, and so that's the challenge of perhaps trying to be consistent or designating something along that
I would
line.
ask one more question for staff is, I'm trying to think through all of our designations landmark-wise. Do we have cases where we don't designate property line to property line, where it is just a floating little piece, where nothing else is?
No. That way, property owners don't have to go to two boards. So we take the whole thing and everything's reviewed
I
for
couldn't think of an
compatibility.
example, but-
So we always say the whole parcel because of its compatibility to the landmark. For that reason, we don't want them to go here for the landmark and go to ABR and get different suggestions for their building behind them. It just requires.
Yeah, that's
It's
what I
confusing.
thought. I was just trying to
It's
see
for
if there was,
clarity,
yeah.
And I get that
Okay.
point with the same, I don't,
So-
now that I think about it, we can just change the language.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm certainly not going to, fall on the sword on this particular issue of whether it goes to the property line or does not go to the property line. I'm just saying that I believe we should be consistent with our rules and the way we make other designations. I'm completely comfortable with how the designation has been crafted that is before us and has been agendized.
Okay. All right. In that case, all right. Is everyone, I guess we can make a motion and see, but are commissioners feeling fairly comfortable then with just sticking with what we have, the curb to curb? Okay, it's looking like that's in general supportable. So would someone like to make a motion? And actually, I'll close public comment, so that we officially did. All right. Who would like to make a motion? All right.
Since it was my comment. I'll make a motion for recommendation of city landmark, as presented with the comment that, or similar be stricken from the resolution as it relates to the Pindle Palms.
Second.
Oh, seconded by Commissioner Drury. All right, under discussion. And just as confirming, but then all the other language still standing for the,
Correct.
okay. All right, I guess we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I would
And we'll
also
try
like to
to
thank, Mr.
slip a
Sweeney
little
for his
behind here, but we'll try to keep the charge going here. So now we're on to item 2, 618 Sierra Street. This is miscellaneous action item, structure of merit designation. A review of a staff report and public hearing to consider adopting resolution 2022-07 to designate as a structure of merit the Spanish Colonial Revival style house constructed in 1927. All right.
Thank you, commissioners. This this project was added to the Historic Resources Inventory on January 29th, 2014 by HLC vote, as it was found significant in the Lower Riviera Survey of Historic Resources. And I think I told you in a previous hearing in the summer, this past summer, we sent a letter to all the buildings remaining on the inventory if they want to move forward in designation to let us know. And this was one of the properties that notified me they would like to move forward with designation. So I will outline some brief highlights of the staff report for you, and then we can have a discussion. So the house is actually on Sierra Street, which is up just below APS. It is on a flag lot, so it's like this. It's the second house in, and this is the 1930-31 Sanborn map, where you can see how the buildings were starting to fill in up on that street, and it dead ends here with a big stone wall that is like a retaining wall under APS. And here you can see it today in the same location, and the setting is pretty similar, as well as the house. So here you can see a picture of it, how it sits behind these other houses built at the same time on the flag lot. You can see it's quite extraordinary example of Santa Barbara's native sandstone, including a pier and cap wall surrounding the front porch that was all original. It is constructed in 1927 and is an original example of a small house completed in the Spanish Colonial Revival style, and it's key to Santa Barbara's unique identity. It was one of the houses that was part of the Riviera Company reimagining the Riviera. They planted oak trees and did the terracing with the Italian stonemasons stone, and they did have strong encouragements and requirements that residents construct in this style with the terracotta roofs and the white stucco Spanish Colonial Revival style. I thought it was interesting. They also required that the lots be oriented so no home could impair a neighbor's view, and as a result, this is why we have all those houses with a view up and down that area of the Riviera. So these are just some of the pictures on the street. There's that big stone wall under APS that dead ends the block, and some of the other houses on the block. This house specifically embodies the distinctive characteristics of the early 20th century modest house, illustrating the broad patterns of history, mostly the small house movement. And it embodies the characteristics of the Spanish Colonial Revival style with the artistry and use of the native Santa Barbara sandstone. And the character-defining features include, it does illustrate those varying plays of volume with the crossing of the side gable and the front projecting gables. The porch kind of recesses between the two front gables. The terracotta roof, creating that beautiful line on the stucco. You can see it right here when the shadow lines play on the smooth stucco wall. And the casement wood windows and this beautiful tower-like chimney made out of stone. The porch has all these beautiful 1920s doors that lead out to the front porch and then overlook onto the stone. And they were being maintained that day that I was out there. And here's more of the features of the one-car garage. They had a lot of one-car garages at that time on the Riviera with these patios overextending them, made out of stone, the pier and cap wall, and the sandstone stairs. As a reminder, we do have a style guide on the Spanish Colonial Revival that highlights the high-style large buildings as well as the small, simple homes that are so important to the creation of the city as a whole. And the small house movement definitely emphasize the Spanish-style homes, not only in our own 1924 small house design competition that the Santa Barbara Community Arts Association published, but also in national programs. We saw this in a national book, the Spanish Colonial Revival Homes, in their 1929 edition of Homes of Architectural Distinction that also included the style and the importance of creating high-quality small homes. And again, the sandstone is so important to the identity of Santa Barbara. As when we were growing in the 1920s, we witnessed such an extraordinary explosion of stone construction that really makes us really unique along the Central Coast. And in conclusion, this 1927 Spanish Colonial Revival style home is representative of the types of houses encouraged by the small house movement of the 1920s, with artistry and craftsmanship of the Santa Barbara native sandstone, and it retains the required historic integrity and meets criterion 3 of the municipal code to be designated as a structure of merit. As a side note, the daughter of the family that bought this in the early 80s and worked so hard to restore it was adopted and was back in Thailand all through COVID and called me to have it designated. I met with her mother, and it was just the most beautiful visit because she just loved the house so much. And like 2 months before this report was completed, she passed away. So the daughter was like, this is such an honor to my mother. It was really sweet. But it's nice to hear the stories behind these houses a little bit. Anyway, that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you. All right, let's go to public comment now. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item can come forward and do so. Anyone? All right, no one in the room?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Don't have any virtual participants right now. We did receive written correspondence on this item from David Jones, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Great, thank you. All right, so we'll close public comment to the commission for any questions.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. It's a question for Ms. Hernandez. The Historic Significance Report gives 1927 as a year. I think the HLC resolution, at least the draft that I saw, has 1930 in it.
Yeah, I think that was a typo.
Okay.
I double-checked it
It is
yesterday.
27 then.
It's 27
Okay.
because that's the first, we found that in the city directories, the first date. So, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Jordan, or Drury? Yeah.
I've only lived here
Commissioner
for
D.
77 years. I'd like some coordinates on where the house is.
Coordinates?
So is it off the 1900 block of Grand Avenue? Is that where Sierra?
Just below the mission.
No, it wouldn't be below the Mission. APS is that big wall, and above that is the Riviera Theater. Is that correct?
It is in between East Pedregosa and Bonita. So if you're driving up Grand and you pass East Pedregosa, it's the next street on your
Okay,
right.
thank you.
And there's a map on
was
page
hoping.
278 that shows you.
You can hear,
You can hear the bells.
yes, there we go.
It's just a tiny little street, but it's
Yeah.
really sweet.
Okay, any other questions? All right, comments? Anyone?
I think this is a terrific example of the kind of building that we would like to preserve. It has all of the qualities and features of a quintessential Santa Barbara house. You know,
Especially on the Riviera.
well, yeah, and that's where most of that stonework occurred back in the day. You know, this is reminiscent of, you know, larger homes on the east side that are, you know, lower down in the neighborhood. It's a wonderful example. It's unfortunate that we don't know who the architect was, but for many of these houses in the 20s, it was just the builder. You know, they just built stuff, you know, and got it done. So it's unfortunate we don't know who that person is, but it's a great example.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree. This is an easy one.
Yeah. All right, who wants to do the honors? Oh,
I'll make a motion
Yes, there we go.
to accept for structure of merit for 618 Sierra Street.
Second.
oh, Commissioner Jordan was a little faster out of the gate. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes?
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to item 3, 710 State Street. This is archaeological report and concept review. So you have Part A and Part B. So this project site is located within EPV. The project consists of a proposal to construct a 32,000 square foot, 4-story, 66-room hotel, including a restaurant, bar, and conference rooms on the 6 lots totaling 30,000 square feet. The project also includes 16 parking spaces on the ground floor. A lot merger is required for the properties at 710 and 720 State Street and 15 Ortega Street. The 14,000 square foot buildings at 710 State Street, including 19 East Ortega, and the 1,000 square foot building at 19 East Ortega are proposed to be demolished. The remaining 6,000 square feet of existing non-residential development will remain on the 714 through 720 State Street. And so Part A is request for acceptance of a Phase 1 Archaeological Resources Report prepared by David Stone of Stone Archaeological Consulting. The report was reviewed by Dr. Glassow, who agrees with its conclusions and recommendations. So welcome. So let's do Part A first, then we'll go to Part B.
Thank you, Commissioner Grumbine. I am now on.
All right.
Yes, it's always a pleasure to be here. Not a doctor, not a PhD, but it's always nice being accorded that respect. This is a quintessential project that's addressed in downtown Santa Barbara. The Master Environmental Assessment was prepared back in 1986 and then revised in 2002 to provide for sufficient background information that would provide folks like us in a project like this where it's completely developed, completely paved, such that archaeological review of the ground surface is not possible. So this study that you have in front of you that Dr. Glassow looked at is relying upon the results of other people's research to determine if there is a potential for archaeological resources. So in terms of prehistoric resources, there are 47 previous investigations that have occurred within an eighth of a mile. That's a very large number and very typical for downtown Santa Barbara. There are no resources on site. The closest ones were recorded many, many years ago. And there's 2 investigations that have occurred on the sidewalk adjacent to 710 State Street. They were negative. They were sidewalk monitoring. So given the large number of archaeological investigations that have been performed, the sensitivity for finding unknown prehistoric resources is very, very low. In terms of historic period resources, it's quite different. And as you've seen with Sanborn maps, they can inform us as to what happened in the 1880s into the 1930s. But there are resources before them indicated on the Wachenreuter maps of 1851 through 1853. And those maps are required for us to look at. Those indicated that there are at least vestiges of adobes associated with the Carrillo family. And of course, the Carrillos are extremely important. One of those adobes is in the location of Restoration Hardware. And the assumption is the development that happened in the 20th century has most likely compromised the integrity of whatever adobe resources were there. There's another adobe, however, in the existing parking lot close to 15 East Ortega Street, or within that property, that is presently paved over. And there is not indication for subsequent development to have compromised those resources. So the conclusion is there is potential underneath that pavement that we can't really see for these potentially significant adobe resources to exist. So the idea is to avoid that potential as much as possible. The report identifies a setback of 50 feet from the property line, which would be sufficient to avoid any potential for that adobe resource. Because the property was not capable of being subjected to an intensive walkover, the report indicates or recommends monitoring of excavations. And not uncommon for these situations to occur, actually quite common, and it appears that Dr. Glassow has seen this before as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So now we'll open public comment on this item. Any member of the public wishing to comment on just the archaeology report, just the Part A? Anyone in the room? Not seeing anyone?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We still do not have any virtual participants, and we did not have written comment for the archaeological report. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll close public comment to the commission for questions and comments about the archaeological report. Anything?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Commissioner Butler?
could you just repeat what you said about the 50-foot setback, and you said...
And maybe, can we show it on a site plan?
Yeah, because, I mean, you used...
This is the parking lot. I believe it's associated with the 15 East Ortega Street.
So that's behind the press
Dr.
room?
Uli, here I am.
We're all doctors
You know
now.
you're not a doctor either. Most distinguished. It is the property line extending
Thank you.
from Ortega Street,
Ortega towards State?
actually,
To the,
Parallel
where the
estate.
press
I
room
didn't
is.
want to mention that facility right now, particularly during World Cup, but yes. So, oh, thank you. Yeah, it's right below where it says News Press. Right in that particular area is where the adobe was identified in 1853. And it just encroaches slightly within. Most of the adobe is outside of that property. So the 50 feet, I believe it's 50 feet, what I had said, is a setback from that property line that would, and the idea there is that it's not a setback so much as a restriction on how development would occur in that location. Proposed development is also parking lot. There are no structures being proposed in that area, so there's no deep excavation. So it's essentially, once that parking lot is going to be enhanced, that any subsurface disturbances do not extend below, I believe, 6 inches, or maybe it's 12.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for your question.
Thanks for the tech help too. Any other questions or comments?
You go ahead.
No, I have no problem.
Okay. Yes, Chair Grumbine, thank
Yes.
you.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Mr. Stone. So if I understand this correctly, it would be monitored. And so what happens when you're monitoring? So what if you find something? What happens then?
You stop.
And so what happens to
Commissioner
the...
Ensberg.
Thank you.
A pleasure. Correct. If something is found, either prehistorically, because it's not absolutely, out of the question that something be found, or historical, then construction, this is a standard requirement of the MEA and conditions that are applied thereof. Construction is temporarily redirected from that area, and the archaeologists that are on site identify the environmental analyst, Julia Peugeot in this case, and that's a timeout, and additional excavations would be required to evaluate both the horizontal and the vertical extent of those resources and determine whether they are significant. What you're getting at is, well, what does this mean I'm assuming, does this mean a project redesign? And that is not normally the case, that the resources that are found are characterized in terms of their significance, and if they are, then there needs to be what we would call salvage excavation to characterize the importance of those resources before they are ultimately removed.
Thank you. So the applicant is able to feel comfortable that they can eventually move forward with their project, but they would just have to stop and be sensitive to these important
And dig with soup
historical.
spoons.
Correct, Commissioner Ensberg, and this gets to the beginning of my discussion. I appreciate you indulging me, that we are, as much as we can scientifically, confident that we're not going to find something extraordinary that we would not have predicted based on our previous grounds, our research. If, for example, just to give you a very, very obvious situation, if we were near a resource such as the Mission, and the Mission holds great importance, and there was a prehistoric archaeological site in the area, we would not likely just assume that monitoring would be substantial enough protection for those resources. We would, at this point, probably do additional testing in advance of the project being
And
advanced.
perhaps build somewhere else.
Always.
Or, yeah.
yes, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any other?
Follow-up question?
Commissioner Butler?
So in regards to monitoring, monitoring would apply to the entire footprint of the project, not limited to this particular corner where there's some knowledge of pre-existing material. Is that correct?
That's absolutely
Just as a
correct.
point of detail.
That's yeah, they are separate conditions.
Yes.
They are separate conditions, yes.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Does someone want to make a motion?
I move that we accept the Phase 1 Archaeological Resource Report for 710 State Street, prepared
Second.
by David Stone.
All right. Second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, any discussion? All right. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I will take the roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for the
you.
quality of your erudite questions. I appreciate answering them. Thank you.
All right. We
Have
are
a great
done.
holiday.
Yeah, we are done with item A. We're on to item B, concept review for the same project. There's no final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Neighborhood compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. And so if you can introduce yourselves for the record, and then you'll have 15 minutes to present your project.
Mr. Chair, did you mean item 3?
Oh, sorry.
You said item B. I thought for a
B
minute there
of
we were on
3.
consent calendar.
3B, sorry. But it is B, but it's B of 3.
And Chair Grumbine, if I may interrupt, I just wanted to let you know that the case planner, Kelly Broadison, is here, should you have any questions for her.
All right, thank you. Great, all right. So
Okay.
why don't you introduce yourself and walk us through your
Okay.
design?
Thank you. Kevin Moore, architect for the owner. We have Jennifer McIsaac from our studio with us as well today. Do you want to lead off with anything, or?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. Kelly Broadison with Community Development. This project is here for conceptual review.
Nobody can hear you.
This project is here for conceptual review and seeing how the commission's feels about the project. Recently, there was a similar project visually for housing, and that project has been withdrawn. And so this project is similar to the previous project with footprint and height, except for the use has changed. So subsequent to today's hearing, with your desire, you might have the project come back for another review, or you might decide to continue it to the Planning Commission, where it will be reviewed for the commercial square footage for a development plan.
Okay. And do you have any of the other previous drawings of what was reviewed before? I know it's a different project, but is there, or indications on your drawings of where things are, or maybe just remind those commissioners? I want to say it was a couple of years ago, is that right?
About a year and a half
Okay.
ago, I believe, yeah.
Okay.
In the
Back in the Zoom.
midst of
in the
Zoom meetings. Yes.
In the Zoom years, yeah.
It's a little
Like the-
fuzzy, but yeah.
The Zoom zone, like
Yeah.
the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
If you can,
let's start
great.
off with
If not, then that's
Yeah.
fine.
So I know there are some new members, but for the majority of this project, it is the same envelope that we presented last time. Extremely similar aesthetics. There are some small changes. There has actually been a reduction in overall square footage of about 3,500 square feet. There's been some movement on the fourth floor that has pushed mass back into the kind of back corner, that crook of the News Press building. So really, things have actually kind of moved away from the street and the public.
Okay.
As a
Why
summary.
don't you walk us through?
So let's just go to the aerial photo. So this is the existing condition right now. We have State Street here. We have Ortega Street at the bottom of the page. We have this large one-story retail space here. We have a two-story office building here with a pretty significant stair that kind of tumbles down and has a fairly large footing and concrete area in that location of the potential historic resource below grade. So we're fairly confident that that has been disturbed previously. Additionally, there is a basement as a part of the news press that likely during that construction impacted that area. And then we have the small 900 square foot building over here fronting Ortega Street, and then the parking lot. So the project proposes, and I guess we have some photos here just to show everybody. This is the parking lot on the subject property here. This is the portion of the news press room, two-story, pretty large volume building adjacent to our proposal. Here's more of that parking lot, the 15 East Ortega, the two-story existing office building back here. Then we have the corner. This has been recently remodeled, now Augie's Restaurant. And then let's zip up here. As we turn the corner and head up State Street, we have additional one-story retail spaces. And then we get to our parcel here, which is currently occupied by Restoration Hardware. These adjacent buildings are not going to be impacted by the project, but they are included as a way of increasing the available area that we can play with. And then it continues to this two-story structure and then to the Little Blenders building here. So the benefit to, well, and a benefit to including those parcels is that these structures would essentially need to remain as is for some time, as they are being included in our area calculations. It's not totally visible, but beyond here is the bulk of the news press, kind of back behind this building. And here we are on Ortega Street looking towards the Riviera. You can see the public parking garage across the street. And here it is again, the little Paseo next to Dargan's is kind of right there. And then moving on down to State Street, one-story retail space. On State Street itself, across the street, we have Paseo Nuevo and one of its paseos leading right out towards our proposed paseo. And just some more context here, which I think we're all familiar with State Street. This is just some collection of photos and details that we're planning on integrating into the project, just to give you an idea of the flavor that we're trying to achieve. Here's the demolition plan. So this structure fronting State Street would be demolished, the two-story office building would be demolished, and then the little East Ortega building would be demolished. And that would make room for our proposal here. So State Street again on the left, Ortega on the bottom of the sheet. And the idea is similar to what we presented previously. It's a paseo concept, so a paseo linking State Street and Ortega. It's important to note that the Paseo Nuevo Paseo is roughly over here. So conceptually, that could lead across State Street, down this paseo across, and then conceptually again across Ortega Street to the little paseo that goes next to Dargan's. We don't know yet exactly how that's going to be handled. Likely there'll be some sort of a security gate on a timer so that as darkness falls, that becomes secure, just to gives a little bit of security for the guests. So we have, at the front on State Street, we have a pretty generous setback here of 20 feet from the back of the sidewalk to the face of a proposed restaurant space. Guests would either park in the garage or park in the public parking lot across the street and either choose to visit the restaurant space or check into the lobby. And we have a variety of rooms on the ground floor lining that paseo. We have all of our trash, electrical room, etc., is within the garage podium space. We've noted that the likely location for a transformer will be here. We'll do our best to screen that with as much landscape as we can. The fire backflow device would also be in that corner. And that's it on the first floor. Let's move to the second floor. Second floor, the restaurant space is a high volume space, and then second level units coming along here. We would be augmenting the outdoor area with planters, potted plants, etc. We'll be moving on that shortly as we get our landscape professional involved. Third level, smaller outdoor area, additional hotel units. And then the fourth floor, you can see a very small rooftop bar space. This would be connected to the restaurant downstairs. And the idea would be that this would be more of a bar with smaller restaurant type food and things like that. And then outdoor seating area kind of surrounding that. And this, the biggest change is really from the last proposals in this area. This volume up front, closer to State Street, has been reduced pretty dramatically. As you can see, most of the mass is pushed into the back corner here. And let's see, let's move to the roof plan. So tile roof is proposed with areas indicated for mechanical and solar panels to be tucked away wherever we can. And then the elevation. So here we are on State Street. Get off of that, stop. There we go. So we have the little Blenders building here. We have that two-story, I think there's a restaurant on the ground floor and an office space above that. And then these two retail spaces, and then we arrive at the, come on. Okay. We arrive at the current Restoration Hardware site. So these are the property lines that face State Street. Obviously, our parcel continues further back and then wraps around the corner to Ortega. This elevation is exactly the same as what you saw before. The height is the same. I want to point out that we're roughly, at least what's visible from State Street and the sidewalk across the street, we're roughly the same height as this building here. The news press parapet height is roughly here in the background. It then obviously steps up with some sloped roofs and the tower beyond that. But come on. I don't know why the cube. Don't know why the cube is with us. Maybe.
It's a glass abstract box that's floating.
Right.
Has extra rooms.
Okay. Geez. This is driving me nuts.
Maybe try just zooming out.
I don't want to add text. Okay, so this is down the Paseo. This is State Street over here. We have the sidewalk. You can see our setback here from the edge of sidewalk to the front of the restaurant space. You can see that from State Street, it will present itself mostly as a two-story volume. And you can see the restaurant space back here. The idea is to try and break the mass of the building up into, so it appears as several small structures built over time, you know, much like the drawings you see on the wall around us. And then here, the Ortega Street elevation, very similar to what you saw previously. Really the only difference is this little space had been infilled, is now infilled for circulation hallways here on the second and third floors. Garage entrance here, transformer will be tucked back here. And then we have these additional elevations. So this is part of the building that you probably will not be able to see. This is the outline of the back of the News Press building. There's a small outdoor space behind the hotel lobby, and then the adjacent one-story retail building here. You can see the back of our our fourth floor bar area, stair and elevator are in this zone. And then this is the elevation that's facing the northeastern side of the parcel, facing the back side of the News Press building. Just a very regular, orderly facade there. This line indicates the height of that adjacent News Press building, and it comes right to the sidewalk there. So you can see we're fairly well set back there. Then we have some sections here that just talk about the floor-to-floor height. We're anticipating a 9-foot plate on each level. So 9 foot, 8.6 actually on the upper floor. All of that gets us under the height limit. And another section looking the other way, same height limit, etc. We have some three-dimensional views to share. So this is taken from the sidewalk as you're walking up State Street. Paseo Nuevo is over here on your left. Augie's is here now. So this is what you'd be seeing as you're progressing up State Street. This is our project back here. This is a little bit further up. We're kind of marching up towards the intersection. These are the existing palms and existing trees that are there now. Oh, not this again. And then as we scroll down here, we're now at the intersection, and you start to catch a little bit of the Ortega elevation and some of the architecture along our Paseo. And a little further up, you can see the massing roughly similar to this project over there. And getting a little closer to it. And now we're right in front of it, looking down the Paseo. And a little bit past it. Walking by it. And apologize for all of these, but I think one of the benefits of the 3D model is to get a better sense of how this actually sits in context. You can see that the side of our building, which is roughly here, is pretty quickly masked by the surrounding architecture that's there. And then we move over to Ortega Street. Here's that existing News Press building, that kind of tall 2-story volume. You can see here is our elevation beyond. closer, you start to see Paseo Nuevo in the background. And there's a little bit more there. And we had our surveyor shoot elevations of the surrounding parapet heights, so these are all accurately modeled, so we can feel confident in what we're showing. And that concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll open public comment now for this item. Anyone in the room wishing to comment? All right, not seeing anyone.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We do not have any virtual participants right now. We did receive written correspondence for the concept review of this item from Pamela Bower, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Great, thank you. All right, so to the commission for questions. Any questions regarding this project?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
So in the L shape that comes off of State Street and then reconnects down to Ortega. and then
Pardon my
there's-
interruption. Commissioner Drury, do you mind speaking into the mic a little bit more, just for the benefit of City TV?
Yes. So I'm interested in what goes on behind Augie's. Is that going to be parking, or is that going to be an infill? I may have not being clear. So you come off of State Street, there's an elbow, and it goes down to Ortega. And then in that elbow,
Let me pull up the aerial photo here. We can look at that. There we go. So Augie's is here now. Right. So the subject parcel that we're looking at today would not include the parking lot.
Okay,
Of
okay.
behind there.
That's going to be something, who knows, right?
Who knows?
Okay. For Augie's or Augie's? Let's see. So your 4 stories that are on the State Street side are going to be pushed back a good ways, which is, I think, something that's good. And the plaza, or the Paseo, pardon me, the Paseo is between 710 and 708.
Yes, I believe that's the correct address.
All right, thank you.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes. Commissioner Ensberg.
I have a question. Thank you for this presentation. Could you talk about I love the Paseo, about how you're going to deal with the security. You mentioned that maybe there would be like this door, but you're imagining the public's walking through here, right? And then at certain times of the day, it would close off or something? Is that, you comfortable with that? And how are you? Could you talk about that some more?
Sure. So the current thinking is that during the day, the Paseo would be open. Anybody could walk through there just like you can La Arcada or anything like that. And there's a plaque there that says this is private property and, you're free to pass. But I think the current thinking is that we would, just for the benefit of the hotel guests, we would have likely a secure a point at which there would be a gate, potentially back here and then back here somewhere, that after a certain hour, there would be an automatic, it would be on a hold open, a timed hold open, that those would close and be something that just the hotel guests and employees could access.
But you'd still have, of course, all the way to that point, or maybe it includes the conference, places that the public would go.
Correct.
The restaurant, the lounge, et cetera. So you'd have it open so that the public could come that far, but then at some point it would close off, as you
Correct.
said. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we want people to be able to access the restaurant and obviously go upstairs to the rooftop. So,
All right, other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner
I'm
Butler.
a little confused. Could you show me where the entrance to the hotel would be?
so the lobby for the hotel is here.
All right. And so I'm a new hotel guest. I'm driving my car, so I'm assuming, and correct me, that I would come, is that Anacapa Street, the backside where the parking spots are? Or how would I enter the parking lot and then access the hotel?
So this is Ortega Street at the bottom of the page here.
Okay.
So the garage entrance is off of Ortega. So, these are details to be worked out, but the thinking is that a guest could potentially drive into the garage, park temporarily
Right.
or permanently, depending on how busy they are, check in, and then either be directed to another parking location, or depending on the arrangement, they could leave their car there.
Right, so there's no automotive access to the front of the hotel. So that's one thought.
No.
And as I understand it, because I was not here when the original concept was presented, this was originally a housing project, is that correct?
Yeah, that was the previous rendition of
Intent.
this.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other questions? I have a question. So looking at the elevations, were those extremely similar? I'm trying to remember what we saw before in terms of elevations. Is that the same or extremely similar, or how do these, if we held up the others side by side right now, would there be things that jump out as being different? You pointed out some of them along the way, the connector piece and things like that, but aside from that, is there any of this that is this the exact same, or is this?
It's about 90% the same. Okay. We've shifted some of the fenestration around to accommodate the room layout, but in general, the rhythm of these, supposed separate buildings is the same. The
Awnings.
Awnings are the same.
Little chimney elements.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Most of the change has happened on the fourth floor, where things kind of got reduced and pushed back.
Okay.
Chair Grumman?
Yes, Commissioner Ensberg.
One other question that we've been kind of having come before us that we're grappling with is the whole solar issue. And I see that on the side, I guess the north side, it looks like 16 feet there that you have from the News Press building above the garage and over to the new structure, if I read that correctly, on the north side.
Let's see. So the property line is here. The News Press building kind of starts
I'm thinking at the other end, over on the far right.
over here.
Over here. So between this long, yes, that building over to there, it looked like it was 16 feet, I think. So my point is it appears that you're trying to anticipate that and keep some space between, so that who knows what happens in the future, if anything were to happen with that other building, or it became more residential, that we would be somehow protected. Anyway, have you had thoughts about that, and what are those thoughts?
Sure. So these two lines, that's the parapet of the News Press building.
Right.
We obviously want to have a gap there to allow for light and air to our windows for our units down here. I believe this is between 9 and 10, is that 10 feet?
It's like 12 feet.
12 feet. Yeah, 12 feet-ish there. And as far as the solar, we're hoping to accommodate as much of that as possible within these areas. So the goal is to not have solar panels on top of tile, right?
Well, I was that's great. Okay. I was just more concerned about the solar access, that, the light coming into the building, and now that we're inserting all of these, this new structure, new built environment into our existing, how we can carefully do it and sort of anticipate not necessarily what's there right now, but what might come down the future. So I just bring that up because we've had a couple projects where we were, having issues trying to figure that out. So that's why I was bringing that up. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think our design anticipates that the properties on the corner here eventually, at some point, are going to get redeveloped. And by pushing ourselves kind of north and that way. We give ourselves a little breathing room in a way that's meaningful, that faces the sun. And I think, you know, who knows what will happen down here, but we're hopeful that our Paseo design kind of leads them in a similar direction to do and participate in that kind of build out where they're careful about how they front on this Paseo and potentially there's some interaction. Who knows?
All right, any other questions? Okay, let's go to comments. Who wants to kick us off? Someone jump in? All right, Commissioner Butler, I see you turn your light on, so go for it.
Let's start with the good, okay? So again, this is my first, and I read up carefully on this in prep for today's meeting, okay? So I looked through all the materials. So the good news, I like the setbacks from State Street. I mean, accommodating the height requirements is excellent. There are some good design elements. I recognize this is early in the process. Those are some good comments. I think there's some good work there that's been done precedent to this. So my concerns are the project looks like a shoehorn of a hotel into a housing building, and that this application has become a hotel when it was originally conceived of as for use for housing. And that's demonstrated by my questions about flow of traffic, flow of entrance to the front, et cetera. So that's my overall concern. Secondly, the rooftop bar attribute is, you know, I think that's a challenge, all right? Downtown Santa Barbara and fourth floor and et cetera, et cetera. So I think those are my initial sort of reaction to the overall. Again, some good design. I like that it's set back from the corner a bit. The elements shown, the design treatments look pretty good. I'm just more concerned that you know, this whole becoming a hotel versus a housing setup.
Okay. Who wants to follow up? Thoughts?
Or did you want to?
This is a deep
Well,
thought
I
day.
will. I will go next. I like this project. I think it's really interesting, and I like how it's kind of quirky, and I like that. And I really like the Paseo part. I think that's excellent. I think it solves some problems the way that you described. You know, it opens it up. So I think I like it. I think it's appropriate. I think it works. I have a few comments that how to make it unique, like so that you know it's a hotel. On that elevate, could we look at the front elevation for a sec, please? I was wondering how it might be if instead of the 2 arches, if there were 3, and the third one would be the opening into the Paseo, sort of like La Arcada or like El Paseo is, so that you really are celebrating and having an opportunity to make that Paseo be very special like we see it at La Arcada, if that might be something that would also, you know, I'm not necessarily looking for this thing to hide itself. I know that it's going to be really great when it's done, and so it should be proud, you know, to be a hotel. And, you know, the signage will be, of course, very important, and so I just would like to see it be a little bit more like, hey, say that you're a hotel, be a hotel. It's kind of a boutique-y thing because of how it's shaped and all that. So I think you could go more with that. And my 2 other comments are the railings. I think this is a discussion we need to have as a group about the, you know, the railings that we have all over town, which are beautiful, but they don't have housing. You know, we have these open railings, but nobody lives there. But when somebody lives there and they want to be outside, maybe they would like to be a little bit more protected and not be so visible from the street. So I know that there's some great ways of doing that, you know, doing a more, without being fully solid. It could be any number of solutions, creative design solutions that could make it be, not so transparent through there. So that if you were sitting out there on your deck, you wouldn't feel like you're just like exposed to the world below. And then finally, I couldn't not see the horse and the Fiesta Parade on State Street. So I was very happy to see that, and thank you. That's all I have for right now. Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, thank you for putting up with me, Ms. Hanna. So would you put up the elevation that has that, I think there's 4 varieties of architecture? Right. That, there. So that's on the, is that the Ortega elevation? No, that's,
This is the Paseo elevation.
Okay.
So State Street's over here.
well, I think that's kind of a home run. That's really an attractive facade, the whole combination. I think this is, as we say, it's going in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner?
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Just to quickly follow up on that, the rooftop trellis, I think, probably is a little too high. I don't, it looks like it's 9 feet or something like that. Maybe that needs to come down a little bit, but I totally agree with Commissioner Drury. This particular, while no one will actually see this elevation as it's drawn, because there are buildings in the way, you'll have to kind of crick your neck a little bit to get it. It is a handsome elevation in its collection of detailing.
Mr. Chair, in terms of a concept review, I'm quite happy to say it's going in the right direction. What I would want to see more of before we do a PDA would be some more indication about signage and how that will be handled. Since this is a hotel, it's got to have some sort of identity. And the other is, I agree, there's much to admire in this section through the Paseo. At the same time, I'd like to have a better sense of what the experience of moving through that Paseo is, in terms of how wide it is, how much light gets in there, things that a section doesn't give you. But at this level, it's going in the right direction, and I have no problem saying that.
Okay. Let's see, Commissioner Manuel?
I like it a lot. I like that there's a lot of landscape throughout there as well. I'll be curious to see how it interacts with the parking lot next door. I'm sure there's a lot of thought that'll go into that, whether it's a wall or a fence or whatever. Commissioner Butler brought up a good point. Imagining myself driving there at 11:30 at night to go to the hotel room or check in, and not being able to get in the parking garage or whatever because you're not checked in yet. But just curious how that'll be worked out, but I think it's beautiful.
And I'll follow up. I'll echo my fellow commissioners' comments. And interesting, I'll echo both of them, even though they're contradictory, because I think this is a good point. I think this elevation is extremely charming. And it also is problematic as a hotel that is a brand or that is a visual clarity, has visual clarity of it. So what I'm wondering is there a way of making it feel a little more like at least a portion of it, and it could just be the rooms portion, or it could be the rooms portion and the Gothic arch that you have going on there in the entryway, or something. Can you get that to study to feel like it is more of a cohesive whole visually in some way, even with the charm of the breakup, or maybe there is some differentiation there, even with the openings and that. But is there a way of sort of skating that having your cake and eat it too, where you have a hotel that at least has a feel of a brand, but also has the feel of a charm? Maybe it feels like you combined these different lots, and you combined them and kind of got it to work together, even though they still have the separation and differentiation. So I think that's a potentially improvement that could be studied and perhaps figured out. But I think and to the comment of the third arch, maybe that is a way, but maybe you set it back a little bit so that you're still respecting the historic nature of that building, that front building. But yeah, but maybe there's a slight plane shift and then a third arch or something like that. But I think that celebrating it as a real entryway and also making it feel like, you know, El Paseo, when you walk through and you go through under Luda's enclosure of it, it feels both public but special and getting into the private realm too. So there's this kind of combination of, I can go in there, but it's not just like a street. Like it's starting to get very special and more private, but not totally private. So I think that there's an opportunity there that you can really look at. So with that, I'll summarize the comments, because I think there was also a lot of cohesive agreement on these. So first, in general, I'd say it's sort of the overarching mass bulk scale. Where I was hearing the commission was finding these acceptable, and that they are going in the right direction. The Paseo, let's see. We see that Paseo is solving a lot of the spatial issues, and we welcome the design of it. And thinking about the next, as the next lots get developed in a way that's friendly to them and allows them to be able to create a good public space. So that's to be commended. We're finding this a very interesting project, and the setbacks from State Street and the way in which that has been handled is acceptable and good. Recommendation to look at, study the entrance off of State Street with the suggestion of perhaps a third arch as a way of making the entry to the Paseo celebrated and also special in a certain way. Let's see. Study the transparency of some of the railings and balconies, especially for the rooms, so that there is some more privacy or semi-transparency, as opposed to totally transparent with wrought iron. Looking at how this is the signage or branding, or how the hotel is going to be expressed, is important to be developed and looked at with the next stage. And also, we'll want renderings walking through the Paseo, as that's going to be an important experientially to see how the whole thing feels. And those should be color as well. Some concern, commissioners are concerned with the sequence of the hotel check-in and how that is all going to work out, practically speaking, and where the different gates and other control points are going to be. So to think through and develop that more as the project goes forward. Looking at reduce the rooftop pergola trellis structure, and also look at especially views of it from down the Paseo, and how visible it is. Let's see. Did I miss anything from anyone? That cover most of it? Okay.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes, Commissioner Ensworth.
This is a concept, so I just want to underscore that you've indicated some colors here. I just want to underscore the idea of really making this, stand out as this unique thing that it is, and that maybe the colors, I won't say.
striped awnings. That's it.
Thank you. But yeah, something, you know, playful that can really draw attention to it and make it really where you know, like, oh, there's that hotel, you know. So I just want to, there will be other things that we'll be talking about, of course, but yeah, good direction. I just wanted to make that point that we're not blessing all of the colors necessarily at this point. It's early. Thank you.
Chair Grumbine,
Okay, yeah.
if you could clarify whether you would like to continue this to Planning Commission or back here to HLC?
It's sounding like with all the comments that we've had, these aren't really things that need, these are things that can get developed easily within it. And I think all mass bulk scale and general design approaches are looking good. So I think this is with, to go on to Planning Commission and then come back to us after.
Does it require planning commission action?
All right. Okay, and then for a further color study is, we'll put that in there as a note as well. With encouraged colors that are beautiful and stand out. All right, any other comments that want to be added to this? All right, look for a motion with those comments to be continued to Planning Commission with it.
I'll move.
All right, Commissioner Ensign.
Second.
You gotta be
All
quick.
right, thank you. Thank you for the second. Commissioner Uli, any other comments? All right, under discussion. All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you. Nice project. All right, so we are on, still a little bit late, running behind, but we'll keep moving. On to item 41118, East Cabrillo Boulevard. This is the site, this project site contains a Cabrillo Pavilion and Stoa, designated structure of merit, designed by architects Sauter, Lockard, and Sewell, and constructed in 1926 in the Spanish Colonial Revival style. Proposal for installation of 87 linear foot glass windscreen and iron gate, 42 inches in height, along the west corner of the Cabrillo Pavilion portico. The applicant is seeking a level 1 substantial conformance determination. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project compatibility findings and minor alteration findings are required. The project was reviewed October 12th, 2022. And welcome. If you
Chair
could-
Grumbine?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just need to recuse myself for a conflict of interest with the owner.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so welcome. If you can introduce yourselves for the record.
Great, yes,
Chair
my name is
Grumbine.
Michael Holliday.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I do have the minutes from the
Oh,
last
okay,
meeting. if
great.
you could
Yeah,
read
let's
those.
go through that, and then we'll go into the presentation. All right, so the minutes from last time, it was continue 2 weeks with the following comments. The applicants shall relocate the windscreen behind the columns. 2, the details and configurations are acceptable as submitted. And that, all right. There we go. That was it. Okay, and well,
Great.
welcome. You
Mr.
can
Chair.
take 15 minutes, but if this takes you 15 minutes.
It shouldn't take
okay.
but a few. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Holliday. I'm the architect for the project with DMHA. This is Lindsay Campbell from our office, and Sean Stewart from the city of Santa Barbara is going to make some, City Parks is going to make some introductory comments. He actually presented this last time because we thought you guys weren't going to hear it, and so he can kind of give you an intro, and then I can follow up with architectural details.
Sure. Thanks, Michael. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
Oh, it's afternoon now. It was this morning, though, that you did the bird thing. so.
Back again. Thank you. Yeah, so as stated, this is our second time here. It's a really small project. We started on the consent agenda. As you saw from the comments, it was to relocate the windscreen to behind the columns. We went ahead and studied that, and we feel that it's best located between the columns. So that's what we're proposing here today, and that's why we're back before the full board and not on the consent agenda. Just a little background on the project itself. The western portion of the portico, it's a program space for the building down there, so it's not intended to be open to the public at all times. There is temporary fencing in that area, and we found it to be useful for staff to program the space and help to control the space when needed.
Do you have that in plan anywhere?
Yeah, so we have some photos of that we can share. Some of the types of programming that goes on down there, we have fitness classes in this area. The Junior Guards program is hosted down there in the summer, and they need a space. And then there's also special events like the Santa Barbara Triathlon, who will use this area, and likely more programming as time goes on too. The temporary fencing has been shown to be working, and so we think we're here today with a good permanent solution that's in line with the existing design of the adjacent windscreen at Reunion Kitchen. Because this space is covered and adjacent to a public restroom, we do have some issues with the unhoused, and so we have a security guard who works down there during the daytimes, but they're not there 24/7. And so that's just another reason why we're looking to have the windscreen installed as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael.
Thank you, Sean. So just a little bit of history. I think we'll go back and go to the top just to review our drawings. Here's an elevation drawing that we did that shows, we tried to use, this was originally when we were going to do a single column, single post right in front of the column. One of the things Sean didn't mention was there's a historic slab. We did the restaurant Reunion Kitchen right next to this, if you guys have seen, and all the details that we're proposing are exactly the same as the adjacent, which I'll show here in a minute. But the question was, initially we had proposed it in front of the column. I guess when you guys were here last time, you said, can you put it in back of the column to let the column read? And there's a historic slab there that we're not supposed to penetrate. And so that's part of the reason that we're coming back to you with this today. Get out of this thing. With a sort of what we think is a good architectural solution. Let's go to the next slide. This shows the existing condition, as Sean mentioned. So all of this has been up there for months, I think almost a few years now. And it's necessary. So the first question is, why are we doing it? Well, just from a program standpoint, City Parks and Recs needs it, but it also helps to kind of claim that area back so it doesn't become an encampment area overnight, which has happened a few times. So we can look at these in a little more detail. The upper images show what's right next door. This was the cafe that we, let me see if I can zoom in on this a bit. This is the cafe right next door, Reunion Kitchen. We were the architects for this, and I can go through these details as well, but they show essentially the exact same detailing that's being proposed. This thing slides around here. With the windscreen, although lower. This is at 60 inches, ours is at 36 inches. We had the same issue prior. That's why none of these, if you go out and look, none of these elements penetrate that slab. They sit on top of it. So that was why we couldn't put the post in back of the slab. It just created some historic concerns for us. Other sort of details, so there's that existing condition photos. We've resolved the ADA access all the way through the facility. Go back to the next. This shows the nature of the project. Again, really very small project, but important project. It's a little difficult to scroll around here. There we go. This shows, let's see if I can zoom in here. This shows what the proposal is. Zoom in and then I'll scroll down. The controls on this are the exact opposite of my computer, so that's why I'm... But anyway, this shows what we've done here. So we've stayed out of the historic slab, which is where that line is, and we've paired these up next to the column. So tried to just let those, which I think was the commission's concern, let the columns read proud and let them come all the way to the ground. So we agree with that. I think that's a good suggestion. So that's why we're back today with this, what we think is a good sort of hybrid solution. And still gets them the program area and still keeps the people out, because if this is moved too far away from the column, then people can slide in between the column and the windscreen. More details here if you're interested, but you can see how we've kept out of the historic slab here.
Yeah. So sorry, Michael. I'm going to just jump in there.
Yeah.
So we are in the portion of the historic slab there. Originally, it was set all the way in front of the columns because the intent was to avoid that, and so we received the comment to place it behind. And so with it located in between, it's still in the portion of the historic slab. They are different slabs. One was poured for, you know, the covered portion, and then there's another slab line that starts at the columns. But just want to be clear on that detail.
Yeah, I could show the detail. It's just, there's two different slabs there that you're talking about. And so what we've done is we put it still is in, to be close enough to the column, if we pulled it completely out of the area, people would be able to walk through it. So it's in the pour that was around the column, but not in the historic scored kind of patio portion. So, yeah, you're right about that. But we've tried to come up with something that's actually going to function and still meet the content. This detail here probably shows it more clearly, where we're staying out of this area, the scored historic slab. So, yeah, you're good point, Sean. So, and then this is what it's going to look like. Let's zoom in here. Which I think was the commission's intent. Let those columns read all the way to the ground, and I think that's a good call. Yet, so these don't appear in any way to sort of obstruct the view of those columns and actually match everything else. The colors, the materials, the detailing match everything else on the building and match the windscreen right next door. So that's the proposal we have for you today. I don't think there's anything else.
Any other sheets or anything that you want just to make sure we?
Yeah, all of this is what you've seen before, the detail, the gate, everything's sort of the minimal that we can do here. This just sort of shows we've gone to some length not to penetrate the tiles scored area of the historic slab with some of these elements. So anyway, these are all the details that we use to sort of build the existing windscreens. And that's what's out there right now. So we're essentially matching that.
Right.
So that concludes our presentation.
All right. In that case, we will go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item? In the room? No, it doesn't look like it. All right.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We do not have any virtual participants right now, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
All right. To the commission, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes, so what is driving this glass wall?
I'll let Sean respond to that one.
Yeah. As I mentioned, so we have programming down in that space. We have yoga classes that are hosted down there. That space is utilized by the city's junior lifeguard program.
Okay.
You know, when we have all those participants down there, just forward of that space is our ADA path of travel. So putting up the windscreen, it's going to, you know, provide some protection from the elements when those do exist down there, as well as helping to better define the space, maintain an open path of travel. And then additionally, you know, I mentioned because it is covered in the public restroom, we do have some issues with the unhoused. And so it's created some safety issues for staff as well as other people of the public down there. And so, you know, kind of enclosing it is going to allow for better control of the space. You know, will likely be some small signage down there, you know, like by permit use only or something like that, that will allow staff to, you know, point that out, and it'll just make for a safer use of the space as well.
Well, the other thing is, in in one of the graphics, it looked like it was tinted, or is it going to be clear?
No, it's clear.
It's clear. 'Cause
Clear
that's-
glazing to match existing.
That's really
It's
important.
shown on the plans as a screened print. So no, it's going to be clear
Okay,
glazing.
all right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Our agenda has it at 42 inches, and you, I think, somebody mentioned 36. What is the height of that?
42.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, yeah,
it
it's
is
42 inches.
Yeah.
Okay. And another question, to what extent does that provide any after-hours security? 42's not really going to keep people out, do you, or will it? Is it in your experience?
Yeah, so the intent is to not, you know, fully close off the space. But we found that the existing fencing down there is actually effective for controlling it during after hours. And so, you know, without hardening the space too much, we felt this was an appropriate height.
Thank you.
All right. Thought you were going to talk about like some new gadget that had electric waves, and that was what
Electrifying.
that was the bird. They have a really cool bird solution on for the roof. Okay, disorients the birds. It's actually very
Mr. Chair.
yeah, Commissioner Gray.
So if a time comes for it to be removed, there's going to be no damage to the floor, to the flooring, or to the pillars?
If and when it is ever removed, there would just be these little, these are cored down into the slab, so there should be some pretty clean little areas that could be capped and
Okay.
would be completely, it wouldn't affect the visual aesthetics of the project at all.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Butler.
So I'm very familiar with this building over many, many years. I guess two thoughts. It's going to be clear glass. Does this match the same height as the glass that's installed at Reunion? Is it the height, so there is a height differential between what they have and what you're proposing here, correct?
Yes, they have 60-inch high glazing
Yeah,
because
exactly.
they have tables and chairs and they sit right next to it. And we presented to this commission, you guys I remember, Michael, you were here. We had to have that. That was a big issue. But the 42-inch high is actually a height that keeps people from stepping over it, because even a tall guy like me, I can't jump over very easily a 42-inch high. So this is, but 36 you can. So when we talked about that.
No, I
So
imagine-
anyway, it is 42 inches was sort of the
compromise
height. Yeah,
between
and
the
it also, this will virtually be transparent. I mean, in the drawing here, we're trying to show what's glazing and what's there. So the idea was it would provide, keep that visual openness and let the columns read, which I thought was a good comment from the commission. And so that's why we've come back with this proposal.
Yeah, and I think the transparency aspect is a concern.
Yeah.
Again, you mentioned like just junior lifeguards. I mean, you've got little kids running all over the place. They're going to bash into this. I know I would, you know. So I'm wondering if there's some opportunity to do something to make it very clear that there's glass there, just from a safety standpoint. Just a thought, because, and then there's beach people, you know. I mean, families and kids down there. I'm a beach people. So it's just a question of that. I mean, something to look at, to consider, hey, that there's, you know, that it's obvious that there's a glass structure there and they don't run into it. And I can see my thought is that I can see the height request at 42 is good. I think that's probably for security reasons. I don't know that it's going to do much as a windscreen per se. You know what I'm saying? I think the benefit
Well, when
sounds
you're
to
doing
me.
yoga there.
Pardon?
When you're doing yoga there.
Well,
it
you're
might-
down on the ground. You know, I don't know. But anyway, you know, looking at the utility, et cetera. So.
Yeah, a couple can I respond?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so we actually looked at a couple different situations like this, the Biltmore probably being the best example, where you didn't want a horizontal line cutting right across there. It just, it totally violated the line from the inside looking out. And so that's why this little detail here wraps around the corner and goes all the way under the bottom and then back up. So the idea was that transparency, and once you had a line there, it was just this, it became, from the inside looking out, became an objectionable thing that no one else had, and we understand why now. So even though the 42 inches will do something, it's a 5/8 inch piece of laminated glass, so you're not going to be sitting on that. The other concern was if we put a piece of steel up there, then you'd have skateboarders trying to turn it into a slide ramp or something.
I hope so.
And my sons did that, so I can tell you, yeah, they'd probably try to make that happen. So the glass, probably not. So we felt like that was a good solution. And it matches what's there. We didn't want to come up with something that was different.
Yeah, I just think these are large glass sheets, right? And it's just that somebody fully recognizes that that's glass and doesn't try to run through it or whatever. It's just a safety consideration. Thank you.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes, Commissioner Ensberg.
Thank you. So obviously, this is in a different plane. So the height is different and the plane is different, right? You're sucking it back to the columns, whereas in the restaurant, it's proud.
Yes.
So was there a reason why you didn't match going all the way down or pull the restaurant back, or, how was that?
Sean, I'll let you kind of address that one.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, just in front of where the windscreen will be located is part of our accessible path of travel, and so that needs to remain open. And then, you know, pulling back at the restaurant really wasn't a consideration. You know, they're established in that space, and so we decided to leave that as is.
And besides, then they turn into a giant parklet structure.
Is the, so the path of accessible path, it stops at the restaurant, or it goes and then, is this dotted line you're showing?
Yeah, that's the dotted line there.
Turns and goes in after that?
Yeah, I can actually respond. When we got this project approved, the path of travel comes along this walkway right here, goes into the access, which this is the gym and the whole downstairs park area. Our path of travel then comes in and goes right along through here. So we have a 48-inch clear path of travel to get through right here. So that's why this piece sticks out to maximize the seating out here, which is pretty amazing. If you haven't sat there yet, it's probably one of the nicer places in Santa Barbara to sit these days. But this is all path of travel here, Cass.
Okay.
And we couldn't come out in front, and then they even were asking, could we grab more of this? And I said, you know, I think visually that would be more objectionable. Right where it is sort of a good compromise, and I like the commission's suggestion actually to not let it read in front of the column. So I thought that was a good call.
Okay. All right, let's go, I don't know if, I guess we'll just go into discussion, if there are any other questions. So, what are everyone's thoughts about it? Seem reasonable? Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
I'll second.
But you don't even know what the motion is.
Oh. I withdraw my second.
Thanks, Michael.
That we paint the city orange.
Yeah, I just jumped right in.
Yeah, yeah. Are there a whole bunch of findings I have to make? Yeah, you have a list of stuff I've got.
Yes, project compatibility
Gotten
findings
myself
and
into a whole
minor
litany of things I
alterations.
need to read now.
All right.
I'll move approval of the project. It is consistent with the design guidelines. It is compatible with its building and neighborhood. Its size, mass, bulk, height, and scale, although not an issue, is okay. It is sensitive to the landmark that it's attached to. It does not obstruct views of the ocean or the mountains. And it is an appropriate use of open space, and although we didn't talk about landscaping as well. The modifications will substantially enhance the historic resource of which it's attached to, and alterations are consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards.
And Commissioner Uli, could you clarify if you're granting project design approval and final approval with this
Yes.
motion?
I am.
Second.
Well, the board is, not me personally, but.
All right. And the seconder's okay with that? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner
Yes.
Drury. All right, under discussion, any discussion?
Yes, Chair Grumbine. I am very sorry to say I'm troubled by this, but I think you will probably, I understand the problem. I get how this is challenging, very challenging to do it. I think that between the columns is working better, as Mr. Holliday said. And I kind of wish that but that's, water under the bridge, the restaurant. I think it would have been better. I mean, this whole design of this building is an arcade, and that's what it is. It's an arcade, it's a public arcade with, doors behind and then arches. And you walk down, it's a promenade next to the beach where you're walking along and you're looking. But things have changed over the years, and now we're here, and now it's being used in a different way than it was before. So you're trying to find a good solution that will enable it to continue and serve the community in this way. So I will probably support it, but I just wanted to say that I am troubled, and I do understand the challenge. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. And along those lines, I do think it would have been now, in hindsight, as two reviews go, if they had been reviewed together and both planes were in the same plane of glass, that would be ideal. And then the read of the colonnade would definitely have been better. But I also am supportable enough with this design, and I think it's definitely an improvement from what it was, and I think it's acceptable. Yeah, it would have been, when this, falls apart in, 15, 20 years because of the beach, then we can talk about it again.
When the ocean rises,
There we go.
Yeah.
That's right. The building, the wrought iron.
I think
the
we
steel.
can, I think we can also feel comfortable that these improvements, this particular project and the one next door, is reversible.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we were altering the building in such a way that it was not reversible, then it wouldn't be compatible with the interior standards. This way, if the glass is installed and then 20 years from now or 5 minutes from now, it's uninstalled, there is no impact to the building. So I'm comfortable with whatever the solution is.
And that's how we sleep at night.
And that's how we sleep at night. Yeah.
Some people do.
Yeah, some of us.
Chair
All right.
Grumbine, I just want to really express my appreciation and my understanding of the challenge. And I just, it is a historic building, so we have the responsibility to be very cautious and mindful. So I appreciate the work, and I think you've done the best you can with what's there. So thank you.
All right.
And we haven't touched the building. I think that's really important. These are all coming up out of the slab, so worst case scenario, there's little caps in these holes 20 years from now if you want to take them out. So.
And you stayed away from the almighty slab.
The scored slab.
Scored slab, we
if
did
you
not
want to
penetrate.
score the slab, it's sacred. All right, any other discussion before we vote? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel, is absent, apologies, and then Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much.
And this decision is appealable to City Council in 10 days, within 10 days. All right, great. All right, next up, do we need a break, or are we good to try to kill the last? Oh, no, we've got two. Not so fast. Want a little break? All right, let's take a break. Let's do a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for, that would be item number 5, with 1426 Bath. All right. Back to order, historic landmarks, December 7th, 2022. All right, we will continue on with item 5, 1426 Bath Street. This is for project design approval. This is a continued item, so please come forward. This site contains a Queen Anne Free Classic style residence constructed in 1892 on the Historic Resources Inventory. Proposal to demolish existing garages and an adjacent storage area. Construction of a new 650 square foot 3-car garage with a roof deck above and associated paving, and permitting of an existing trash enclosure on a 12,000 square foot lot in an RMH zone. No work to existing residential triplex is proposed as part of this project. Project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings are required. The project was last reviewed October 26, 2022. All right, welcome. And do we have the minutes for that? There we go. Okay, it was, nope, yeah. That looked familiar. Oh, it seems like only half an hour ago I read those minutes. Okay, so this was to continue 4 weeks to full commission with the following comments. There is concern about the overall height of the garage, the railing, and the privacy fence. The commission would like to see photo, composite, or elevation drawings that include the existing triplex and the garage to evaluate the context, and an aerial view to understand the relationship to the adjacent buildings. All right. So welcome. You have 15 minutes if you need it, and if you could state your names for the record and walk us through your project.
Hi, I'm Susan Sherwin. I'm the architect, and Nick Scazzaro is one of the owners of the property.
All right. Welcome.
Okay. Do you want me to go through the whole project or just address the comments that were given at the last hearing that was consented?
Why don't you, since this is our first time seeing it at
Okay.
the full board, why don't you just walk it through like fairly steadily, and then focus especially on the comments that were made and how you answered those comments.
Great. So this is the existing site plan. The existing residence is here. That's the triplex, and that's the historic building. The 2 garages that we are planning to demolish were here, and then this rest of this is just open space. This is just showing the floor plans of the existing triplex and the garages that we're going to demolish, and the elevations of the garages, which was requested by planning. As part of this project, well, not part of this project, but in addition to this project, we are planning to build a couple of ADUs back here. And we wanted to put roof decks above the garage and the ADU to provide more outdoor living space for the tenants. So this is, up here is the plan of the 3-car garage, and that's the roof plan. And that would be built right here in this area back here. And then the ADUs are going to be built over here. This is just a open space diagram. And then this is the existing trash enclosure, which is right in this location, which is part of our proposal to get permitted. These are just maneuvering diagrams for transportation. These are the elevations of the proposed garage. So this is the elevation that would be facing the street, but far in the back of the lot. That's the side elevation. This is the back elevation that's facing the back property line, and the little sliver right there. The rest of this is ADUs that are not part of what we're talking about here. Okay, so this is specifically to address the comments. I did sort of a little mock-up of what the garage would be like in the back of the property. This is our existing triplex. This is the lot immediately to the southeast. So this is our property here. This is the property here. They have a 2-story apartment building in the back of their lot. And this is showing our garage height, and then this is the apartment building next door. And then this is our existing triplex. I did put an aerial view here of our existing triplex, the 2 garages that we're demolishing. So our new garages would be here. And then this is the apartment building next door and the other building. And then I also did a little summary of 1- and 2-story buildings in the neighborhood because I feel like there's a lot of, you can see the red is 2-story buildings, the blue is 1-story buildings. There's a lot of 2-story buildings, especially apartments built behind existing residences in the neighborhood. And existing older residences, the one that's on this site is essentially almost a 3-story building because of the really tall roof line. And here are just photos, which I can scroll through briefly. That's our existing, these are all of our existing triplex. This is the existing garages we're demolishing. This is the area of the new garage. This is the existing trash enclosure. That's that 3-story house that's to the sort of northwest of the property. These are all pictures of existing, and then this is just sort of other neighborhood views. And I think the last page is more 2-story, just showing other 2-story buildings that are pretty common in this neighborhood, stuck behind 1-story buildings and other buildings. I also reduced the height. I looked at this more closely and reduced the height by about 10 inches of the garage building. I was maybe being a bit generous with my framing numbers, so in this proposal, it's down by about 10 inches.
Okay. And does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And just to confirm, as we're understanding with staff, that so the ADU thing is going to be its own separate thing. We're just looking at the garage. And
That's correct.
Okay.
There's no design review required for that component of the project.
Okay, great. All right. Let's go to public comment now. Any member of the public in the room wanting to speak on this project? Okay, seeing none. Any?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We do not have any virtual participants currently, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, back to the commission. Questions? Nope, not looking like any questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. Are all the finishes intended to match the existing house?
Yes.
It was a little hard to tell from the elevation here.
And actually, can you zoom in and point them
Yeah.
out? Because that was going to be one of my questions, too.
Yeah, and yeah, please, thank you.
Okay, so we have shingle siding painted to match existing, and wood railings. Essentially, yeah. I mean, that's what we've got is shingle siding. So yeah.
And then that vertical are those pickets?
Here, yes. And this is a solid wood. We're required to have this 5-foot high privacy fence on elevations that are on sides of the building that are close to property lines.
Now, is that that's the ADU, right?
That is the ADU. This,
So for our purposes, we won't.
yeah,
we
okay.
won't-
Well, but this one is the garage.
Okay, so
this
it's a
piece.
similar.
And it's facing the very back of,
Okay, so the back
lot.
wall of the garage has this higher.
yes.
Higher stepped up.
Because
fence
of the
or
roof deck?
wall.
The
Okay,
roof deck?
And then the front of the garage. Okay, so can you point out that in a plan as how that wraps around and changes?
So this is the new garage, so this is the line where we would need to have that privacy wall, and back here on the ADU, so we would
Got it.
need that.
So that's the taller 5-foot,
Yes.
and then can you point where it steps down to the lower?
The 42-inch railing would be all along these edges.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Oh.
Commissioner Manuel?
And I know on consent, we kind of talked about it very, very briefly, but the trash enclosure does go on the neighbor's property as well, right?
We found out on the survey, yes,
A
that
little
there is a little bit that goes onto the neighbor's property, and I think you've talked to them? Have you talked to them about that?
To the neighbors?
Yes.
So I mean, it butts up against the garage that they have there. It looks like it's been there for decades. We like put up a fence together along where we thought the property line was. Like his name's Tom. Like he's
Does he get any of your trash?
I mean, so like he has no issue with the property line.
Okay.
Wherever it may be.
Wherever it
Randomly.
Okay. Any other questions?
I guess the follow-up is you're not showing moving it. I don't know how far it is over, but you're showing it to.
We're not, at this point, we're not,
Okay.
we're hoping to not have to move it.
One more
All right,
question, Chair.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yeah, thank you. So we only have the front elevation of the garage. Do you have all 4 elevations?
No, all 4 elevations
Okay,
are there.
and is there just that?
I mean, they're just like.
Solid?
So this is the back of the garage.
Yeah.
And then that's the side of the garage. And then this little sliver is the garage, and then the rest of this is the ADU. So that's looking at it from that far side, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I guess one follow-up question, can you go to photos of the house? And I see how the shingles are inspired and the painted board is, as well as sort of the trim work. Is there a railing that you were looking at, that you were, the wood railing and pickets that you were looking at as your inspiration off of the house? Or is there anything?
So there is an existing roof
Yeah, it's-
deck
oh,
up
perfect. Can
here
you
at the
zoom in-
back of the
zoom in there?
house, yeah.
It's probably not original though, right?
This has been modified, well, I mean, the original house was a house, so
Yeah.
this has been changed a few times, but there is a wood railing here. And it may not be to code, but ours would be.
Yeah.
It looks pretty, like the spacing looks a little wide there.
Okay, got it. And then the railing looks a little low, so it's
Yeah,
probably.
and then there's these wood
done
railings,
at
you know,
some point,
here,
yeah.
and, yeah.
Gotcha, okay. And was there any of those that, in particular, that you were looking at or matching or anything else? It seems like your top rail is a little beefy, and I was just wondering if it was coming from somewhere, or if you were matching anything, or what its story was.
I'm happy to say that I will match the top.
Okay.
The top,
I
the top,
I want
yeah.
to make sure it wasn't
Yeah.
like there wasn't something
No,
else going into
no,
that.
it-
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe just have big friends that come over for drinks. All right, so, any other questions before we go on?
I do. Just a question to staff. With the trash enclosure over the property line, how does that legally, can we approve it with it over the property line?
I think as far as design review, you can give it an approval. If there's any issue with zoning or anything like that, I do feel like that would be pointed out already.
Okay.
This project has been through completeness review and reviewed by the zoning staff. But I think it would be a zoning issue, if anything, not a design review.
It's the beauty of HLC, we do whatever we want. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah.
Well, we actually
Are having to,
we're trying to get it approved as part of the overall project. Yes, because it's unapproved. It's in the setback. So we would require minor zoning modification.
okay. Okay, any other questions before we go into comments? Okay, could you pull up the elevations, and then we can roll into comments? And this is here for, let's see, PDA, project design approval. Okay, so, comments on the garage.
I make the comment, it's a modest building which is totally appropriate to its function and position on the site.
And I'll add to that, your divisions look like they're appropriate to what a carriage house or something else would be as well. So it's a nice breakup, sort of a simplification of a carriage house in the back, which is appropriate for the architecture. And I would just say the only additional comment I'll add is that, can you zoom in on the elevation? Is that maybe having a little I could see it being totally fine project design approval wise, but then when you come back, look at your posts and maybe their alignment, and look at how they're going to align with below, and try to get a rhythm that corresponds. And then your top rail, treating it if it's going to be pickets, then having it lighter and treat it as just a railing, as opposed to what it looks like is almost like a top cornice of a building, but you just have light pickets. So I would say just go with it as a railing, treat it as a wood railing, and just have a light top rail, and maybe something similar, or but just very simple, because it is a back of house building kind of thing too, so it doesn't want to get fancy. Those would be only other comments I would add. Any other comments to add? Is everyone feeling like it's project design approval ready?
I have one other question. What about lighting? Do you have exterior lights on
Oh,
this
that's true.
building?
Good point.
I haven't really considered that in terms of lighting. I mean, I'm sure we'll have to have some step lights in the stairs, and we might put some kind of down lights along the back wall, the privacy wall, something, but they'll have to shine down. They'll have to be like sconces
Yeah.
that shine down.
Night sky compliant, but it might be nice, as a carriage house building that you see
lights
back
on
from
the
the
outside,
street,
like
it might be
fixtures?
nice to have some kind of, jewelry, as we
Okay.
say.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Add jewelry.
Accessorize, yes.
That's right. And they say we're finicky with our comments.
On my scarf, yes.
Okay, so sounding like project design approvals is seeming appropriate, and then with comments to look at additional lighting, especially some decorative lighting, and adjusting the railing, both the posts of the railing to correspond to the rhythm of the structure below, and the top rail of it, and to be more lighter and more in keeping with the architectural language of the house. Or a simple version of the architectural language. Yeah, does someone want to make that motion for project design approval with those comments?
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll second. Should they come back on consent?
They should.
that's probably a good, yeah.
Why not?
It's pretty minor, yeah.
Let's see. Make a motion for project design approval as requested with the following project compatibility findings. Is consistent with design guidelines applicable to the location of the project. Compatible with architectural character of city neighborhood. The design of the project is compatible with desirable architectural qualities and characteristics which are distinctive of Santa Barbara and the particular neighborhood surrounding the project. It's of appropriate mass, size, bulk, and scale. It's appropriate for its location and the neighborhood. It's sensitive to the adjacent landmarks, if there's any. Public views of the ocean mountains are not, there is responding appropriately to establish scenic public vistas. Use of open space and landscaping. The project does include an appropriate amount of open space and landscaping, is that my understanding from the plan? Is that it?
That is it. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
And do you want to add those comments as well?
Is jewelry being a term for architectural refurbishments? Yes, any further will come back to consent. You can do that in 2 weeks?
You could. I would need plans probably next week, Tuesday, if you can be ready by then.
What would you be comfortable with?
I can do that.
Okay, 2 weeks,
pretty minor.
to consent for it. Okay, good.
Can I ask
That
a
includes, that includes the railings and the
Details.
outdoor lighting.
Lighting.
Yeah, and the lighting.
And actually, could I add one more thing to that? I I just realized that, can you zoom in on the elevation? So the where they would stand, or where your dimension line at 11'8" is going to, there probably also wants to be a board along that top as well, because you have shingles going right up into the flashing, and you probably want a board running right along the top there too. So, okay.
Yes, that's,
Minor.
I'm fine, I'm
Adding a- Yeah, like an edge board, exactly, that's in the field of. Yeah,
I'm fine with that in the motion.
okay. Thank you. And seconder fine with it?
I'm fine with that.
All right. All right, any other discussion? Sorry, you.
Yeah, my question was around, like, any additional height on the garage? For example, like, another foot, is that out of line with what would be acceptable? Or, like, would we have to come back to request that?
We'd have to come back to see it.
Okay. Okay, it's fine then.
All right. But if the builder accidentally builds it a foot taller, then, no, I'm just kidding. Don't.
Then we'll make you tear it down and start over again.
does do whatever they want.
Yeah, he did not say that.
Don't say that. You've been recorded as saying that.
Yeah, but then we always follow up with they'll have to tear it down, so.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. any
There's
other-
always mitigation.
That's right. Any other discussion before we vote? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grunbein. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grunbein.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, and this is appealable within 10 days to City Council. All right. All right, and last but not least, item 6.
Certainly not least.
This is a new item, Phase 1 and Phase 2 Historic Structure Site Report and Concept Review for 1242 Dover Lane. This is, residence is listed in the city's Historic Resources Inventory. Proposal for demolition of a 216 square foot single-story addition, a 91 square foot portion of the porch, and a 25 square foot exterior staircase at the rear south of the residence, and 154 square foot covered porch addition at the western side of the residence. Construction of a new 1,800 square foot two-story addition plus basement, and a 211 square foot extension to the porch, which includes new staircases at the rear of the residence, and a re-roof to replace the existing clay S-tile material with two-piece mission tile throughout. This is requesting acceptance of a Phase 1 Historic Structure Site Report prepared by Post Hazeltine. Report concluded that the residence is eligible for listing as a structure of merit. B, requested acceptance of a Phase 2 Historic Structure Sites Report prepared by Post Hazeltine. The report concluded that the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, and therefore project impacts on significant historic resources would be less than significant, Class 3. And C, concept review, no final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. Project compatibility findings and major alteration findings will be required for a project design approval. This project was reviewed on a pre-application on September 28th, 2022. So with that, welcome. And why don't we take on the item A first?
Chair Grunbein, I'm sorry to
Oh,
interrupt.
sorry,
I do
yeah.
have the meeting minutes from
Okay,
that
great.
application. If you
Yeah, let's go to that, and then we'll go to item A first and figure that out. Where we go from there. Okay. All right. Okay, so the commission comments. 4 commissioners find that generally the overall mass, bulk, scale, and approach of where the addition is located and what is being removed is supportable. However, the windows and doors will still need to be developed. 4 commissioners also generally support the replacement of the S-tile roof with two-piece mission tile. 3 commissioners believe that the changes, including the addition to the back and the side, change the structure and may alter the structure's character enough that it would no longer qualify for the historic resources inventory, or that the structure never should have been on the inventory to begin with. A full historic structures report with deeper analysis of the structure's significance and the project meeting the Secretary of Interior standards will be necessary when the project returns to determine the next steps for the project. The report should include the analysis of Leonard Cook's body of work, compare his structure to other works, and analyze the eave detail. The report should also analyze whether this project would result in a negative impact to the integrity of the resource such that it would no longer qualify as a historic resources inventory, resulting in a need for environmental impact report. And was that it? All right. Oh, was there, oh no, I guess there was no motion, so, okay. All right, so with that, if you. Yeah, it was basically just to get a sense for them to get direction, but the main part of it, takeaway was that we wanted a full historic structures report, because at the time we were just judging it from our architectural historian's mini report, which was not as, you know, yeah. Yeah, it's the short version, without going to the deep dive. So there, we asked for them to do a deep dive historic structures report. All right, so if you would, as part of our discussion last time, was also whether the structure was worthy of being a structure of merit or even being on the inventory as a key first component, obviously.
Sure. I am Tim Hazeltine from Post Hazeltine Associates, one of the preparers of the report.
Pamela Post, Post Hazeltine Associates.
So everyone is somewhat familiar with the property, so I was going to start off with map 3, which is showing up here, and it gives the location with a red arrow of 1242 Dover Lane. Dover Lane developed in the early 1920s with a concentration of period revival houses, of which this house, built in 1927 to the design of Leonard Cook, was one. I'm just going to cursor through this to.
You can skip to the end.
Okay, thank you. Well, that will make it amazingly brief, which we might all be happy with. Okay. Okay. So if you look at I would like to go to Figure 1. Which you can see here up on the screen. And the reason we're showing this is it confirms that the existing garage is original to the house. And so what happened was that the original permit was issued, and about a month later, a subsequent revision went in to add a garage to the front of the house. So the garage volume and roof and its configuration and footprint is original. What's changed are the garage doors. We don't. So those garage doors were replaced. The original plan, which you can see on Figure 2, which I've just got up here. If you look at the lower right-hand corner, you see two garages with sort of like bifold doors. At some point, that center pier was taken out, and a standard roll-up door was added, likely because cars got larger and people wanted to have more room to park cars. And I would like to note now that one of the aspects of the proposed project is to install a new garage door, and that garage door would at least emulate the appearance as much as possible of two openings rather than one, which we thought was a good thing. And so on Figure 4, which is what actually we got this from Ms. Hernandez's report, this is the footprint of the house on a 1930 Sanborn map, and you can see the other period houses that are around, period revival houses are nearby. Now, some of these which we've identified in our report are fairly pristine, other ones have been altered, and it was beyond the purview of our report to go into each of those and see the level of integrity. But when you view the street, you can see a substantially intact streetscape, which is composed of these period revival houses and the characteristic sort of street side, let's call it architecture of this part of the Riviera, where you see sandstone retaining walls, some garages set close to the edge of the street, a lack of things like sidewalks and other types of street improvements, hedges, and dense planting. So it maintains that overall character. And also one thing you can see here is just to the right of the Dover Lane house, you can see the street turns into a little bit of a circle, sort of like Bonita Plaza. And at some point, we believe that this was originally the end of the street, and that essentially was a turnaround. But the street was very quickly extended, and its name was changed. At that time, it was called Dover Terrace, and now it's Dover Lane. Rather inconsequential, but part of the history. And so we delved more deeply into Leonard Cook's career, and Pam wrote a fairly extensive biography. We did a great deal of research trying to find out other buildings he had designed in California and in Santa Barbara, of course. And he was a notable architect in a regional sense. He designed homes in the Pasadena area. He started out really working in a sort of arts and crafts, craftsman style aesthetic, and soon moved on to a more eclectic kind of pathway. And he designed houses, which some of the houses were eclectic. They combined elements of different architectural styles. And he also did a fair number of houses in the Mediterranean aesthetic. And so if you look at the document, I think it confirms that he wasn't a regional architect of enough significance to make him an important contributor to the architectural heritage, both of Santa Barbara, but also of Southern California. I'll go through the history. We have a history of the period revival movement. We talk about here the two styles that the house sort of conflates. One is Spanish colonial revival, and then there's a bit of Monterey revival style in the house, and that's really the rear elevation to some extent. There's a sort of reductive Monterey style porch. It doesn't reach the level of detail you see on some of his commissions, including a house designed by Leonard Cook in San Roque. But it was definitely an example of how he would take elements of different architectural styles and sort of combine them. And this was a very common practice in this particular period. And so while sometimes houses are more pure examples of a style or seem more aesthetically pleasing, these combination of elements are also historically and architecturally significant because they speak to a particular period when the period revival was being developed and modulated by architects and designers. And as a consequence, and we have also some aerial photos here just to kind of show you, we were really interested in how the house changed over time. And the most substantive changes, and this is a 1948 area, which was one of the clearer ones. And this doesn't show very well, but there is an addition off the back. The one-story addition was built in 1936 per permits. That was the most substantive addition. And it was at that time that some of the windows on the first floor of the south elevation, which is the rear of the house, were altered. And then in the early 1960s, a raised terrace was added to the back of the house, and they probably made a few changes then to the fenestration to provide a set of French doors that would come from out of the rear of the house onto the new terrace. We concluded the terrace was not a historic resource. It was designed rather late, and while it was by Edwards and Pittman, it's a very simple structure, and it doesn't really read as a good example of their work, so we found it to be non-contributing. And here on Figure 7, it just shows some of the houses on the west end of Dover Lane that are period revival. Not all of them, but some of them. And this street also is kind of important too because it basically opens out onto Sylvan Park, which is that small little park there at just on the very left side of the photo. It's hard to see, but where the road curves there, that's the edge of the park. So, and this is just on Figure 7A. We have some photos the architect provided of some of these period revival houses. They're in proximity to the study property. The landscaping that exists today is, we did identify some historic elements. Those are the sandstone hardscape elements in the front garden area, and sort of stairs and walkway that lead down from the street to the front of the house. And then we've got a great deal of photos here, which I think, unless someone feels we should go over these, we're good. Thank you. Let's not get dizzy here, because I think I'm getting dizzy. Okay, and so, of course, we described the house in a fair amount of detail and compared it to the existing historic plan sets in order to develop a list of alterations and modifications. And as we noted earlier, it's basically the change to the garage door, the addition in 1936, the one-story addition off the back, changes to the first floor elevations, fenestration, some of those in the early 1960s. And then the later addition, one of those additions was the porch off the west end of the house. It's sort of like a segmented shape with I can't even describe the roof, and I should, but we have architects here, so I'll leave it to you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Grumpine. So that was added. And all of those later features we found to be non-contributing to the house's historic significance. Here's a view of the front of the house, and this is essentially unaltered. So the porch off the left end of the house, the one-story porch with the gable roof, that is original. And there's the steps. They have been somewhat altered, but they basically are the steps that were there. And also, they are depicted in a somewhat schematic version on Leonard Cook's drawings, so we believe they're original. The parapet wall in front, we're not as clear. We believe there was actually a hedge there originally, but we couldn't find any good historic photos of the front before the wall was altered, and that is a later change. And I had to show this because I thought this was a really wonderful feature. The light fixture has a Spanish galleon element. Yeah, it's a great old fixture, dating obviously back to when the house was built. Then we go into significance. We determined the house was a significant historic resource. The biggest change, which I honestly, but sorry, I forgot to mention, was the original plans say there was a shingle roof. And then that was changed to tile, the S-shaped tile. Now, the use of shingles with a Mediterranean or Spanish Revival style house may seem unusual, but in these sort of eclectic houses, this combination of elements is not terribly uncommon, especially with this house, which had a sort of Monterey style Revival porch in the back, and that was a stylistic attribute of the Monterey Revival, is often to have a wood shake roof, sort of like the houses up in Monterey. And so we did conclude that the house was a significant historic resource for the purposes of environmental review, that it retained enough integrity to convey the essential features of its historic appearance, especially in regard to the street facade, as it retained almost all of its original elements, with the exception of the change in the roof material and the alteration to the garage bay door. We also noted that there is a potential for, that this house is contributing to a larger concentration of historic buildings at this end of Dover Lane. And so we do believe the house is an eligible resource. Do you want to stop here and then talk about?
Let's stop here, handle this part.
Yeah.
Because the other part doesn't even matter if we don't.
Yeah, exactly.
This part.
You don't agree with this part.
So now with that, we'll open public comment. We'll open public comment regarding the Phase 1 Historic Structure Site Report, which concludes that the residence is eligible for listing as a structure of merit. So let's do that. Anyone in the room wanting to speak on this for public comment? Not seeing any, we'll go to.
Thank you, Chair Grunbein. We don't have anyone participating virtually, and I did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay. All right. So back to the commission. So any questions regarding this, regarding the Phase 1 Historic Structure Site Report?
Yes, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner
So
Drury.
how long did the Wrights own the house?
Off the top of my head, I'd have to look back in the document.
Because John Wright and the Wright family are pretty prominent in Santa Barbara history. They're the ones that developed a good part of the waterfront. In fact, the Wright building is still that big
Yeah.
block, 4-story building behind the parking lot.
Yeah, well, we didn't think their occupancy was of such duration that the property would be eligible for that. I believe they owned it only for a short period of time.
Okay.
So I don't think that.
Might be a good little footnote, however.
Sure. If you'd like us to add that,
Right.
we can do that.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Let's roll into comments. Thoughts on this? Is anyone not in agreement with this?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, it's always a pleasure to see Post Hazeltine step up. Thorough report, a really good thing for the owners to have. It's a significant piece of documentation. I would support it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Uli, sorry.
Yeah, it's the guy.
Commissioner Drewley.
It's the guy, it's Drewley, yeah. Not yet. But it could be any moment now. Thank you for preparing this report and having it done. I certainly appreciate learning more about Mr. Cook's career and his importance in the architectural fabric of our city, which I think was what our question was when the project was here last. How important was he? And so your report certainly amplified and clarified that, so I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, any other comments on it? All right, so I'd echo that. I think it's made it very clear as to the many ways in which this house deserves to be a structure of merit if it goes that route. But okay, but for now, it's just that it's eligible for listing. All right, any other discussion? It's sounding like we can go to a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll move to accept the Phase 1 Historic Structure Site Report prepared by Post Hazelstein. Report concluded that residence is eligible for listing as a structure of merit.
Second.
All right, motion by Drury, second by Commissioner Uli. Any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Aye.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now the rest of it matters. All right, so let's go on to B, requesting acceptance of the Phase 2 Historic Structure Sites Report prepared by Post Hazelstein. The report concluded the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Therefore, project impacts on significant historic resources would be less than significant.
So moved.
Hold on, no, we haven't explained it yet. So I think for this one, what we'll do is we'll have you do a quick summary of why the project meets it. Then we'll have the project come forward. We'll pause that, have the project come forward, review the design, have any conclusions of that, and if everything's meshing, then we'll roll them together.
And all we need is a second.
Yeah. Then we can actually continue with the motion in the meantime. So if you can just give the argumentation for why you think that this design is supportable and
Yes, Chair Grumbine, we will do that. Okay, I'll just start off with Figure 1 very quickly. This shows the removal of the non-historic elements of the house. C is the one-story addition added in 1936. A and B are the terrace added in the early 60s, and D is the semi-octagonal porch off the west side of the house. So those are going to be removed. And then on Figure 2, which I've got right here, it is the proposed additions. And as you can see, part of this is to reconfigure the lower terrace, which we didn't feel was too much of an issue at all. It's not really removing substantial historic fabric. Removing the one-story addition and replacing with a two-story addition with a lower ridge height than the existing house. So from the front, from the Dover Lane streetscape view or view shed, this will be the visible part of this will be, as noted on Figure 3, if you look to the right-hand side of the elevation, you can see the existing configuration of that end of the north elevation. And if we go down to Figure 4, you see the addition with the new bay doors, which are an improvement. Otherwise, so the change on the west side is a two-story volume with a bit of a jettied second floor supported by rafters, wood rafters. It seems very prominent, I think, on an elevation, but it is set back the entire length of the garage. So from the street, it will not be as visible as it would appear here. The cross-hatching in the lower right-hand corner is to depict a change in grade. So that property actually dips down from the garage frontage down the west side of the elevation. So yes, this is a change. We were supportive of it because it's off to the side of the building. It's set back the entire length of the garage. And we thought from the view shed from the street would not be remarkably impaired. And this side of the house was altered when that porch was added. The other, I think the area with the most changes, of course, is the south elevation, the rear of the house. Figure 5 is the existing, which you can see here. And on the left-hand side, the flat roof section is the 1962 addition with the two windows. And this is the revision. Generally, alterations to the rear of the house are more acceptable provided they don't substantially impair the ability of the house to convey its historic architectural style. In this case, the applicant proposes to rebuild the Monterey-style porch, which would look similar but not exactly the same as the existing porch. The railings would be a wood railing on the second floor that would match the historic railing. There's a railing detail that's very, I'd say coarse in the sense it's not well detailed on Leonard Cook's plans, but definitely there was a wood railing, and they proposed to install a wood railing that would reference the one that's on Leonard Cook's elevations. The second floor would continue, the first floor, the ground floor would, actually it's the first floor, would have a metal railing around it, I believe, and then the lower level, the architect wanted to break up the massing a bit, so they're proposing almost like a niche-like look here where there would be a recession at the base to break up the mass of that ground floor terrace. And here, this is the east elevation. The changes are to the back. As you can see, I'm calling it, of course, a two-story addition, but it does have a ground level. So I'm not sure if we should call that a basement with 2 floors or 3 stories. So I'll leave that to the architects. And then this is the west elevation as exists. The changes here are primarily relocating some of the fenestration. So rather than the proposal is to reuse the existing fenestration that's on that side of the building on the remodeled west elevation. Generally, we're supportive, we are supportive of the project primarily because the additions and alterations are confined to the rear elevation, which has been altered twice, in 1936 and the 1960s, and that included the terrace, the first floor wing, and the revisions to the first floor fenestration on the south elevation, and the west elevation, which was altered when the porch was added. These 2 elevations have the least visibility of the house from Dover Lane. And so when you look at the house, I think from the view shed, we walked up and down and thought, well, if the addition was here, would you be able to see it? And because it has a lower ridge line in back, the addition, it won't, and it's set back to the west end of the south elevation, it's not going to be visible from any viewpoint substantially when you're walking on Dover Lane. You will see a little bit of that second floor addition at the west end of the sort of recessed part of the north elevation. But as we noted earlier, that's set, I think, about 30, 40 feet back, and we don't feel that that's going to be make a substantive difference to the integrity of the building. So in conclusion, and I'm summarizing this, and there's a lot of detail here, but we believe it does meet the standards in terms of the overall design. So if there are any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Okay, great. So let's pause for some historic questions, and then we'll roll on to the presentation, and then we'll do a public comment after for both.
Sure.
All right, so any questions about the report and their conclusions of the report right now? All right, seeing none, okay, so let's switch now to the concept review. And some musical chairs. All right. And we will try to keep things moving on. We have a time crunch a little bit, but we've already lost one, but might lose another. All right, so if you could introduce yourselves for the record and. So if you can walk us through, obviously, the Post Hazeltine already touched on some things, touch on any other additional pieces, and especially things that you changed from or developed from the last time we saw this, and in response to our comments and anything else that might have changed.
My name is Will Sonfern. I'm the architect of the project. Last time we came here and we presented a 3-story addition And the reason why I'm saying 3-story is because we do have this dramatic slope in the hillside, so we're building into the hillside. The last time we came here, we presented the existing structure is 2,755 square feet. Our last presentation, we came with a proposed finished square footage of 5,195 square feet, which represented an 89% increase in square footage. What we've done since then, and also that addition, I would like to say there was a hip roof on the rear part of the addition. In staying in line with Leonard Cook's, the architecture of the home, we propose a smaller addition. We've reduced the addition down to 4,000, or the cumulative square footage down to 4,598 square feet, which is a reduction of 22% to 67 square foot increase. What I think's an important element to consider for this application here is, I'm going to go to this I think this plan right here, which shows our previous tabulation, is that the original footprint of the structure, let's see, I've got this right here. Sorry. So the lot coverage increase, by the way, I think, which is important to put here, is we have this old addition and this porch and some demolition here. The new proposed addition and total cumulative sort of added footprint to the lot is only a 10% increase from the current lot coverage. In order to come back with a much better design, we did a lot of thorough diligence and study the historic resource report for 246 Cannon Drive, which is another Leonard Cook project. Also made some on-the-street observations of 1036 Garcia Road, and as well as 817 Merino Road, which were, I think, great examples of Mr. Cook's work. Tim Post had really sort of covered a lot of the project as far as the envelope of the addition. I can roll back through, but what I think would probably help save you all time would be to hop down to our final sheet to show everyone some 3D perspectives as well as finishes proposed for the project. To bring up some clarification, this is 246 Cannon Drive, and there's the Monterey porch on the rear. We do feel that this porch is a much better example of Mr. Cook's work, and we would prefer to emulate this porch with the details and the scaling of the wooden railing and balusters, as well as the corbels and the posts. There's also a little bit of a fascia board here, and so we are proposing to emulate that with the new Monterey, the revised Monterey deck. I think, let's see, whoops.
Yeah, try just
I know,
zooming
right?
with the plus, or you can hit Z and then highlight it with a rectangle.
I'm just gonna do the old click right. I think this is probably the most important rendering for the project to show sort of the most visible view of the home, where you can see that there's no visibility of the addition or the modified Monterey deck. What I do think also is my favorite perspective of this project would be the southwest view, where you can see we've worked really hard because of the impact of the western facade to add a lot of articulation as well as irregularity to the fenestration placement. So to make it more interesting from the street, which would be this perspective right here, which would be the northwest perspective. I do think it's important to note that we have worked with historian Hernandez on sort of listening to her comments. She came and visited the site, and all of her recommendations have been incorporated into this design. I also think that, last thing is just our effort to make sure that we reuse any original fenestration, including doors and windows, so that we salvage that material and restore it and put it in new locations. I think that's about my presentation. Can I answer any questions?
Sure, we'll roll the questions in a little bit. We'll do public comment first, and then, all right, is there, and so does that summarize it for your rest of your presentation?
Can I say something?
Sure, yeah, yeah.
How do I
If you can press the button there in the middle, and then, yeah,
Hi,
if
we
you could
didn't-
introduce yourself.
Yeah, we didn't really do the roll call thing. I'm Peg Phelps. I'm one of the owners. My cute husband is at the end over there. We kind of got separated in here. But I just want to say that it's nice to meet you all in person because I saw you all on TV and it's way better in person. And we were super panicked after that last meeting. And so I want to thank you, Anthony, for taking our phone calls and explaining the process because we really didn't understand it. And I know, Nicole, you were traveling, but in your absence, Barbara picked up the phone. And I just want to say thank you for talking us through how to, we're new to the area and we fell in love with the view and the house. And we just wanted to do right by it. And we didn't really understand the process, but then we brought in the Arnold brothers and we brought in Will, and we think we're in a really good place with it, and we're really excited about it, and we view it as saving a house, so thanks.
Thank you.
Glad they talked you off the ledge.
All right, thank you. So anything else before we go on to public comment?
I'd just like to throw in one more design
Sure.
detail that was not in the minutes from the last presentation. There's an existing wood box eave, and we did bring that up at the last, and it seemed to me that there was some favor from the board to replace the wood box eave with a curved stucco eave for fire safety reasons. Also, I have a detail here. And in the 3 other Leonard Cook homes in Santa Barbara, all 3 of them have a curved stucco eave, other than the Garcia Road one, which has some exposed rafter tails.
All right, does that complete your, okay? All right, great. So we'll go to public comment now. Any member of the public is not here, so any virtual public comment?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We do not have anyone participating virtually, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
All right. All right, to the commission for questions about the design of the project. Any questions? One question I had was, in looking at, and maybe go into perspective just for ease, and to your favorite view. That aerial. So, yeah, right there. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I'm curious about the right where your cursor is, where the little piece of roof. When you were looking at other Leonard Cook projects, and there's also a somewhat related similar condition where you have a piece of roof off to the left on the next level up, resolving those differences in the wall planes. Was there something that you were looking at in particular for that? It seems like you're doing it to break up a large wall, which makes sense, or to resolve not aligning the walls that aren't aligning top to bottom, and maybe you're not. So, what are the purposes of those? And were you looking at Leonard Cook? Any examples from Leonard Cook as part of that or inspiration?
No, I was not looking at any examples of Leonard Cook for inspiration. I'm going to say the focus was the west wall. The concern was that if we maintain the contiguous plane, it really sort of would have turned into a billboard, and that's not very appealing. I also think that the Spanish colonial architecture lends itself to sort of odd placement of walls or just sort of unusual articulations. So I thought that this was an excellent opportunity to take advantage of that nature of the style of home. And also by pushing in the upper story and having a couple plane breaks, it pushed us further away from the setback or the side yard property line, so less sort of overpowering presence on the neighbor's property.
Okay. Yeah, okay, great. Any other questions? Okay.
Chair Grumbine.
Yeah, Commissioner Ellsberg.
Yes, thank you for this great presentation and to see this amazing house. Could you, maybe this might be a question for post Hazeltine about the, you know, the Monterey style in the back, and then the use of the wood railing, as we so often see, as is typical of that style, in combination with the wrought iron. Could you speak to that? The wrought iron is around the lower level, and then you've got the, you know, the Monterey balcony above. Is that what you consider to be the right way to approach this?
First, I'm Tim Hazeltine from Post Hazeltine Associates, in case someone's listening in and didn't hear
no
it.
one was paying attention to item A and B.
So,
Yeah. For the new viewer, yeah, we got one.
Commissioner Ansberg, we wanted the wood railings on, I mean, we do feel wood railings are an appropriate choice. There are some metal railings, non-historic, on the house. That is sometimes used to differentiate the historic part of the home from the addition areas. So, you know, it could in a sense go either way. It's not critical the application of the standards, as we know, they actually prefer more differentiation. That's the usual case in Santa Barbara. So often different railing materials are used to distinguish the historic volume of the building from any additions. But, you know, Santa Barbara just have a slightly different design standard. So that can mean something could meet the standards, the Secretary of the Interior standards, but I guess to be blunt, the commission may have design issues, but doesn't mean that alteration doesn't meet the standards, but there could be some other thing that you would like to comment on in regard to that.
Since this is all new and it's in the back, as you pointed out, it could probably go either way.
Correct.
Okay.
And just that's a question of clarification on the railings. So the rendering shows them as white. Are you proposing painting them white, or is that just not rendered to stained wood?
Yes, we are proposing to paint them white.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I can, okay, so.
Yeah, that was one of my questions too. And then the other was that, well, I guess that's a comment. And then one other question then is on the lower level where we have the three openings, the three square openings that look like they open out onto the pool area there. What's going on with that area? Is that just a covered patio, or what exactly is going on? I didn't.
That's a loggia. That's us sort of trying to capture how the house is built into the hillside, and there is the intention for a swimming pool to be in that area. So right now, you have that very large patio being underutilized underneath. So we're just sort of trying to benefit a little bit more for creating that space.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions right now.
Right. Yeah, do you have something?
If it helps, I did bring some photos of surrounding Monterey balconies that are painted white.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
We believe you,
Seen lots of
but we not, yeah.
I would like you to comment on, as kind of the major design behind the Monterey style or focus, why, you know, the theory or logic behind that. You have to introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Nathaniel Arnold, Arnold Brothers Construction. We're the builder, working with the design team on this. Oh, yeah, sorry. To speak directly to your point there, we really liked the Monterey kind of aesthetic that was there, but really wanted to kind of elaborate on that a bit. It was kind of back and forth on the roof, but I think we really liked the tile roof better than the shake, and for a variety of reasons, but I'm not really nailing your question.
I'll help you.
Yeah.
But then I'll counter it. So I think in Monterey style, you do find it painted white, actually, usually. So I think you can make an argument for it. However, I think the counter to that is in the Spanish colonial related versions of Monterey, it tends to be more wood, I would say. And I don't know if Tim and Pam or Post Hazeltine, if you guys agree with that assessment, but as I'm thinking through the catalog of images, because Monterey was this combo of both the English and the Spanish, but they tended to trim out their posts a little more, and they tended to be a little bit more refined in terms of a little more classical, I would say, than the Spanish version of the Monterey, which tends to be more sort of beefy and stained, more like some of the other examples, the Leonard Cook examples. So in my mind, this is rolling into a comment, but it was one that was part of this whole question thing, is if you want to go Monterey more and paint it, then the details need to follow that a little bit more refined details and a little less sort of chunky Spanish stained. And corbels, you have Spanish corbels that you're going towards, which would indicate typically more of a stained look. So I think you kind of got to go either or in that sense, and that's a comment, but tied to like the question of the painting and sort of working in that theory. So that's a minor comment about color, but it might also tie a little bit to some of your refinements of detail. So
Anthony, I have a question.
yeah.
You'll have to come to the
Yeah,
microphone.
come to the microphone so that.
To be on the record.
Well, if it's about process, I can answer over the phone.
Hi again, I'm Peg Phelps. So we've been talking about this house, we bought this house in August of 2021, right, honey? So this is a tricky house, and you guys pointed that out last time. This house is struggling to have it has an identity crisis, I think, right? A little bit, right, Anthony? So it's, even in the report, they come back and say, okay, Post Hazeltine is like, well, it's Spanish colonial revival or Monterey colonial revival. And so it's kind of like, okay, to your point, Anthony, which way are we going to push it? And I guess maybe we need to revisit that a little bit more. So that's kind of what I wanted to say about that.
Yeah,
you were
so I
struggling
think
with
part
that.
of our discussion here will help direct some of that. And I think that at least hopefully we can give you a good direction of ways maybe, or a way or ways of going forward. The biggest picture for right now is sort of concept review for the whole project, especially mass bulk scale. Even openings might be shifting and changing over as your time. But right now, as a sort of a bigger picture, the most important things are the big picture, and then we'll get to sort of some of the more minutia, which you'll have time to consider based on whatever the motion that comes out of here is.
You really want to see arches down there.
We're not even going to get into that.
I have a question that might go to this, because I have a question about the southeast perspective and the 3 square openings that Commissioner Ensberg referred to. And my question is, am I just looking at an effect created by the modeling software, or is it your intention to have that as plain, and it seems almost shiny smooth in terms of what the surface of that is? But that's often the product of the kind of modeling software, what the image winds up being, versus what you really intend to build. And since this is concept review, the note that I would make for you is that when it comes back, I would like to know more about the surface character, the texture, the surface, the depth of that, in particular, that southeast perspective. Because the house has, well, I'll save this for a comment, but what I would not like to see is one elevation that's very modern in terms of being visually thin, flat, smooth, and then other parts of the house that have a period revival of texture and some depth to the wall. I don't want to see that mishmash. So but I'm perfectly also willing to accept that right now it's a product of the modeling software.
May I respond?
Yes.
Yes, it is a product of the modeling software. We have exterior finishes called out, and the intention is to match all existing texture throughout the property, throughout the project.
That's the right answer.
All right.
Can I throw in just one more quick? I would like to enter.
Quickly. Sure. As exhibit A.
where we did fine examples that were inspirational for the.
Okay, I don't know if City TV can zoom in on this.
Yep.
All right. All right, and here is indeed a Monterey balcony that is painted.
With corbels.
Corbels. So my question in response to this is, do you have a historic photo that shows this? Because I'll bet
I do
10.
not, sorry.
I'll bet 10 to 1 that this was dark wood to begin with. So, or at least colored, and even painted wood color, is what they had often do. So as the sort of historic correctness of it, that's going to be towards the argument more. But, yeah. So just as a note. So, but taken into, that's being taken in, and that's only I'm stating my opinion, but there's other commissioners, and there could be other ways. So, and if the biggest hurdle is the paint color, you're doing good. So let's talk about the bigger things first. So okay, so now let's roll into comments, and we can always jump back to questions if we have any. But so I think this is for concept review. So we're not even doing for project design approval. I think if we can kind of give good, starting with the big picture, zooming out, mass bulk scale. They have a new massing and new openings here that we haven't seen before. They're small. It's smaller. But it's also similar to in terms of its approach of adding to the back. And so I think the bigger massing question, let's start with that first. Mass bulk scale and those general directions. How is everyone feeling, and are there certain things that are obviously need more work or not?
Mr. Chair, I'll start off by saying I think the research and study that you did for Leonard Cook's career has really paid off for you in terms of being able to make a persuasive argument to us on something, for example, like the eaves detail, right? I get that now. The other part of that is that part of that research, part of what we were told, was that Leonard Cook was often not just eclectic, but eclectic within an individual building, that different things were happening. And again, I'm willing to accept that now as part of the rationale for what we're looking at. So I'm, at this stage, generally supportive of what we're seeing today. But the research has really helped you make that argument.
Mm-hmm. All right. And actually, could we go to the perspective as well, so it makes it a lot easier for people to make comments too. All right. Who wants to
Mr.
add to
Chairman.
that? Yeah, Commissioner Butler.
Overall, good start. Okay.
Mhm.
I guess on the image on the lower left, I noticed the balcony feels like it's sort of dominating that whole wall. It's really comes, I don't know if this is proportional or not, just for illustration, okay? But the balcony seems to really, either one of those images, you can see it really dominates. I don't know if there's intent to make a full balcony there or use that or whatever. So just one observation.
And by the balcony, you mean the one that's in front of the gable? Can you hover over it just so we're making clear? So we're talking about that
Correct.
balcony, right?
That's right.
Okay,
That just
yeah.
really takes over the whole,
Yeah.
that whole side of the building. So that's just one observation.
Okay. All right. Other comments on
Mr.
this?
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ely.
As I said about the Historic Structures Report, and I agree with other commissioners, it has helped your case, helped us understand how important that architect's work is to the fabric of our city. I'm struggling. I understand that the rear of the house is typically not seen. No one's going to see the clear elevation as you've illustrated it from any perspective, from the public way. So I get that. But there are certain elements that seem too contemporary to me in terms of the style. And looking at the southwest elevation, the out-of-plane walls, that little piece of roof seems like a contemporary solution to me rather than a revival solution. It would almost seem more appropriate if you switched the plane and put corbels underneath the second story as pardon me, as a resolution.
As they do there.
Yeah. It's less contemporary, and you could probably do the same thing on the rear underneath the balcony with that little piece of roof, notwithstanding the fact that Cook apparently was a little eclectic, and so, maybe what you've presented to us falls within his nature of work. It just seems odd to me. It's very contemporary. which I think is also where the white color comes in for a Monterey balcony. While you've submitted evidence that they are painted, I would submit that typically they are not painted. It's raw wood stained, but that might not fit with your aesthetic. So we'll see that coming forward. But on the whole, I'm okay with the addition, removing the octagonal element and making the building seem whole. It seems appropriately scaled and sized and massed. It's not overwhelming in its big picture element. I think there's some detailing that needs to be worked out, which I'm sure we'll get to when you come back to us. But overall, I'm supportive of it.
May I offer one just comment to that?
Sure.
When you use the word contemporary, I like the use of that word in this application because my understanding and my experience with historic structures is to, if we're going to make a modification, to differentiate the modification from the original fabric. And maybe, and I do love your Corbel idea, but maybe this being a contemporary application lends itself to being more observable 50 years from now for whoever's the homeowner. Just, that's my comment.
So I'll take that one. While across the nation, most of the Secretary of Interior standards interpretations are much stronger in terms of juxtaposition, even to the point of glass and steel blocks attached to side, and then there's no way a 2-year-old could mistake what was original and what wasn't. We get much more subtle in Santa Barbara, and we oftentimes things like if you have, like for example, the example of wrought iron railing versus wood railing, or a highly ornamented wrought iron railing that's Spanish, that's highly ornamented, and then your addition just uses a simpler version, and maybe the geometry is similar, and there's a play off of it, but so they feel like they're in harmony, but they might not, they're not exactly replicated one-to-one, but they're in harmony, and I think that's where we want things going more. The other aspect of it is in the mass bulk scale, which is what the comments of the roof are, because I agree with those comments, that those really need to be in harmony. So pitches of roofs and the way in which a mass is dealt with, if they're not in harmony and they're more contradictory to each other, in some ways you're right. Spanish colonial has the opportunity to have this playfulness of planes. George Washington Smith uses it a fair amount. I don't see this building using it though. I see this building even conforming when you look at the front door. That roof slope isn't even its own roof. It's just a continuation, an extra extension of the main mass. So there are very simple roof masses going on with the rest of the building, and they're resolving in a very simple way. So I think that it just needs to be simplified more. And when you have those different planes, you're making a complexity that isn't in harmony with the other. You maybe a little bit more complexity might be okay, but you've got a couple complexities going on. So simplifying those might be a good way of getting it more into harmony. Now, of course, now you have a 3-story facade, so how do you regulate that? And the idea of maybe you overlap the first 2 stories so you still have a shadow line, that might be a way of doing it without actually having to add roof to it. So, which you're already kind of doing with the front. So I think that you're in the right, kind of in that right mode, and it might just be the front needs to extend forward a little bit more and plane out and still have the corbel, and then the back needs to do something in reverse or something like that. But yeah, but I think you're going in the right direction with trying to break up planes. It's just going to be a matter of doing it within this language. Okay, and now we're back, and normally we don't go back and forth a lot, but we'll try to wrap that up now with comments on our side now. I'm hearing a fairly consistency here. Yeah, Commissioner Ensberg.
Thank you, and thank you again. Want to be sure you get your money's worth. So one of the things I really liked that I heard, I think was from Post Hazeltine, is the combination of different architectural styles. And I really support that, and I think that we're working towards that. That's what creates a lot of the magic in Santa Barbara, is you have Spanish and Pueblo and, these different things that all come together in a really beautiful way. So I really like that was stated. I do think, and this is kind of, I've got all my notes here. I think that the wrought iron railing, I think it should be all the wood. I think just kind of simplifying everything. There's a lot going on here, and I think there's more power to just fewer elements. So I would suggest you study and consider doing the wood railing like you have for the Monterey above, and just have it all be the same. And I also agree with many of my fellow commissioners here about the dark. It really is so powerful, that dark brown. And you showed us the picture on Cannon Drive, that there it is right there. So I would ask you to take a look at that. This back side that we were just talking about with the three-story, I'm not bothered by just a big facade there. That doesn't bother me at all. The white, now others may disagree, but the big white wall, I think we aren't seeing the landscape yet, like what could be happening, and these beautiful white walls are what create the backdrop for amazing landscape. So I would rather see just removal of that pop out with the roof and just let it be straight down. This is just my input. And of course we have lighting, and we would have landscape that could also add to the to that whole composition. Also, same thing on the other side too, just my one little vote. Then these 4 or 3 square openings that go out to the, from the patio to the pool, I feel like they're too, well, that picture right here, do you see how the top of that is treated?
You're talking about here?
No, above. If it was more something, I'm not looking for an arch. Squares are arches also.
Posts rather than walls.
Yeah, more of a, something a little more romantic, can I say that? And then also, I think it should be centered up, equal. So it looks to me like the wall on the right is larger than the wall on the left, but maybe that's just the view we're looking at here. So in any case, those little proportions are so critical. Let's see. Oh, and then lastly, can we just look at the side elevation of the front entrance? Yeah. Well.
Is this the one?
No, the other, that's taking the place of the octagon.
This
Yeah,
is,
that's
this
it.
is that.
That's it. There's the octagon above.
This
Okay,
is
well,
the
where-
existing elevation?
Yeah, but I want to see the new.
This is the proposed.
Oh, okay, well then it's not this one, it's the opposite side.
Gotcha.
Sorry. There, right here. So you've got 4 posts, right? This is the, are there 2 posts or 4 posts on either side?
Are you talking about here?
Yeah, 2.
That's existing.
Oh, and those
We're
are all
not-
original. Okay, never mind.
We're not touching it.
Okay, all right.
Show those 4 openings, because there's
Yeah.
wood above them, that's not, yeah.
Which
Yeah.
4 openings? The 3.
Yeah, that are symmetrically spaced.
There's a wood lintel. The only problem is it's painted
Yeah,
white.
maybe it's too high. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's all it needs. It also seems like really,
Yeah. In the model, you can't really tell. You can see a little tiny hint of a shadow, and that's
yeah, and I see the lighting there too. I think it might be too tall. Maybe it needs to be brought down a little bit. It just
But basically, it needs to be
somehow,
studied. It needs to
yeah,
be-
study it,
yeah.
study it, yeah. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Sorry.
If you wouldn't mind, Chair.
Sure.
In regard to the rectangular openings on the ground floor, they are going to be chamfered.
Yeah.
We want to give them more of the feeling of a pier than a planar wall. But that, may require a little more detailing on them. But yeah, we're trying to move it in the direction of that they're holding up something big and heavy. Thank you.
And I'll add to that comment, maybe the depth of wall needs to be increased, because right now it's looking pretty, for being at the base, even though it's not holding a giant thing above it, it's still, for being at the base, it's got kind of feeling, yeah, it has, yeah, exactly. It's gotta be ready to hold something.
Yeah,
I
and
have
I
it-
also.
I think I have it drawn at 12 inches deep.
Okay, it might, anyway, let's study it and let's look at it in more detail.
It also feels, for lack of a better way of saying it, I get this sort of garage door feeling about it. So if it could be, you know, proportionately
Less
tweaked a
garage door-y.
bit. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think the
Okay.
project is, you know, going in a good direction, and I really appreciate your care of this very important building.
Okay, and then Commissioner Manuel?
Can you go back to the 3D views? I think the 3D views were a big help. They do a lot for you. I think all of the wood talk being natural wood was my original inclination, but I could also see a point for the relation to them and to the double post that you have existing on the east side. Maybe it would clash if the new ones are darker and those are left white. So I could see a case being made there.
I think those might be original, or currently brown, right?
That is correct.
Oh, they're brown. Oh, then reverse what I just said. Sorry, tried to help you. Actually reverse what I said. And then the iron railing with the big openings below it read very modern to me. And maybe it is just because the top wood is painted white. But I'm also imagining myself in the loggia looking out, and those spaces seem, the upright spaces seem so wide that they would block a lot of view. Maybe you don't want there to be maybe you don't want it to be airy, which would be a consideration, but it seems like it wants to, you've got everything else seems so narrow on the uprights all over the building that these seem like they're rubbing me the wrong way.
Okay, so I need more study. Okay, any other additional comments? That's garage door. Except for original garagey with the trifold. Oh, that was one more comment I had was, as you liking the idea of bringing back something of the original. It looked like it's a trifold. Those doors looked like they had they're in their historic drawing. There was a trifold, even though there must have been only like 6 feet, 7 feet wide, or it must have been tiny. But maybe pick up that vertical division as well, because you're picking up a faux post. I'm assuming you're going to do it in wood in the center, but you might want to also panel out in 3 so that then it reads as even the original. Yeah, there we go. Go up one maybe. Yeah. So see how they broke them in as like a trifold-ish thing, whatever those are. Okay.
That was only on the drawing. I'm sure they didn't go.
I bet you they did. Back in the good old days, they didn't need much drawings. All right, so I'm going to summarize. So it's sounding both like the phase. So the phase 2 is analyzing your current design. That we're going to be telling you to tweak things. So I guess there's probably not a good point to accepting the phase 2 yet. They're going to have to tweak it to whatever the new design is. So the phase 2 is now the next step is pause the phase 2. Yeah, really.
I would think the opposite. I think we could accept the report and just have an addendum that clarifies the tweaking.
Usually we don't. Usually we don't, because it means that then you accept the report and then it's already instantly obsolete, because we might accept the findings of the argumentation for that report, but we're also making them change it, so they're going to have to change the report. So usually on these cases, we give it on the record. Don't worry, it's on the record. Things go on the record for what is accepted and not, and then usually post-Hazeltine waits until, or the historian usually waits until the final design is approved and gets that integrated into their report. Or at least project design approval and so you're locked in. So then you can get, you can update the report. It saves you money in the end, and it doesn't waste any more spending any extra time, because the project can continue on project design approval with what our first findings was that is eligible for listing as a structure of merit. And that means it's in Historic Landmarks Court. You can go to project design approval on the next sequence, and then as long as that goes well, then you get the historians to update the report with your new drawings, because you're going to have new drawings, and they're going to have to put the new drawings in their report. So,
I think that's consistent.
yeah, that's right, that's the typical method. Okay.
That's the way.
But frequently you don't ask for a phase two, and,
It depends. We,
well, a lot of times Nicole does.
yeah, sometimes we can get away with a Nicole report, which is a good report, by the way. And it's free, which is great. But
Well, it's very expensive. I
but,
mean,
yeah.
she still has to spend staff time to write it
yeah,
and research it. so-
everyone else pays for it, though. Okay, so let me summarize the comments. Overall, this is a good, the design is seen as favorable. The mass, bulk, and scale is supportable as designed, with minor alterations, which include, let's talk mass, bulk, and scale first. So let's go to the perspective. So scroll down a little bit, on A7.1, the southwest perspective, both elevations, the 3-story elevation as well as the side elevation, need to be restudied with the suggestion of looking at going as a full alignment of the planes, the 3-story planes, as well as looking at aligning the top story gable on the side elevation with the wall below, as a suggestion, but those elevations need to be studied a little more at terms of the massing. Other massing comments, I think, were, and also as part of that suggestion, look at potentially overhanging on the 3-story elevation, overhanging the upper 2 stories and with corbels in a manner similar to what is being done on the front. So massing-wise, I think that summarizes it. Other additional comments were on the upper level balcony of the gable facing out on the southwest perspective, that it's too large, and so study making it smaller. Let's see, we talked about the out-of-plane walls. The discussion of the balcony color was that currently the commission feels that dark brown stained or painted is more appropriate than the white painted for this style of Monterey. We'll leave it in the future for further discussion. As it goes forward, lighting and landscape are going to be important to look at, especially on the southwest and the pool facing areas and the large walls, large plaster walls that are being created. So to be coming back with that. The 3 square openings on the lowest level facing the pool need more study and refinement, with a suggestion of looking at aligning their placement so there's equal walls on either side, or narrowing narrowing space of the thickness of the wall, the opening divisions, or some other solution, but still need more study. And then the surface texture is to be consistent with the existing, and recommended that future renderings try to indicate that. There was at least one commissioner feels that the mix of wrought iron and wood would be better to be done just in wood. Or 2? Okay, sorry. Oh, you're a landscape architect, doesn't count. A 3. All right, 2 for 3. All right, so at least a half of the commissioners feel that that going to all wood balustrade or balcony railings would be better than a mix of wood and iron. Let's see. The comment is excellent job. Yeah, half. At least half. So the reality is, these are all the comments. You take them, figure out what you want to do with them, and come back. And there's also a couple commissioners missing right now too. So, but at least we're giving you general direction, and then you can figure out what the wooden balcony that you want to die on is. So, the one comment, the research was excellent. Good job with your research and looking into your visual arguments based on Leonard Cook's other designs and studying the house as well. So, thank you for that. It seems like that most everyone was in agreement that going to plaster eaves for both fire and in a way that's appropriate for other Cook architecture is convincing and is acceptable. And I think that covers all the comments I had. Any other comments that anyone wants to get added to that list?
Chair Grumbine, now, I'm just one, so got to take that into account, but at least one commissioner felt like the wall could be straight without the projection out,
I
or,
did
you
I
say
did
that?
mention that, yeah.
Okay.
And to look
And
at
it's
the
just one,
three-story.
so-
Yeah, three-story elevation, and that whole, both those elevations, as you restudy them, you might come up with options. You might have two options you like, and you want to show us both, or you might have one particular one that you want to present. And then, and then with, in general, say the general comment of the openings are looking like they're going in the right direction. The massing thing is going to shift a little bit, so there's going to be additional discussion of those and alignments and things like that. But I think in general, it sounds like and looks like you're, by matching the existing proportions and sizes and divisions and muntins and everything, that you're definitely going in the right direction with those. So that's in a good place too. So any other comments that want to be added to that? Okay, so the motion would be to continue, to come back for project design approval with those comments and with those additional studies and development.
I'll make that motion.
All right.
An indefinite continuance.
Indefinite Commissioner
Second.
Uli. Okay, second by Commissioner Butler. All right, under discussion, any other discussion? Everything understandable and clear on your guys' end? Okay. All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Dorden?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel?
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I've got to run.